a stream last night. I did one in the afternoon though. So I did at least I did do a stream yesterday, but I didn't do a second one um as I thought I might do. But, if you do want to check out the one from yesterday, it is uploaded and available for you to watch in its entirety. Okay. Um and I don't believe it's that long. Trying to remember. But Saturday evening, nothing to do right now. So, at least not here in the States. I have all my fun when I'm overseas. So, I don't, I'm very frugal here in the States. The only time you see me really doing stuff here outside of like, um, going to the gym, um, is maybe going to the movies or going to Comic Con. That is about the extent of fun that I will have here. Just because one, I don't like it here in Maryland, and two, I don't want to waste money that could be spent um, overseas or saved up for some other use. So that's me. And a lot of the people here I just don't particularly have fun dealing with. So it, it, it is what it is. But anyway, so I wanted to make a very fun, lighthearted topic. I'm feeling great. Just ran a 15-kilometer run about 2 hours ago. And originally, I wasn't going to do it. I was going to do a live stream this afternoon to beat the heat because heat is my kryptonite when it comes to fitness. I can run, I can, exercise whether it's raining, snowing, icy out, whether it's cold. None of that matters. But when it's hot, I hate that. That is my kryptonite. Um, so I was going to do a stream earlier to beat the heat, but I just said screw it and just went on and soldiered through it and did like a 15-kilometer run. And my pace wasn't as slow as I expected it to be for it to be in the 80s. Um, for you guys overseas, just convert 80 degrees, 81 degrees Fahrenheit to, Celsius. But for the folks here, you know, that's pretty hot to, run. Hi Kitty, how are you? So, guys, again, feeling well right now. I did a long run to sort of get over some issues I was having earlier with some family and stuff. Not my wife. My wife is great. She's always great. It's everyone else around me that I hate. But no. So, did that long run, came back, and I wanted to just have a lighthearted topic. So today's topic is who are your favorite philosophers? Um, that's good, Kitty. Glad you're doing well. So, um, I'm gonna just name off whom I think are the best philosophers, at least from a Western philosophy perspective. Then I guess we can name philosophers from other areas of philosophy that aren't Western philosophy. And then I'm gonna name my favorite philosophers overall. Then I want everyone else to chime in to give me who they think are their favorite philosophers and why. So this is an extension of my previous live streams where I talked about ask me a philosophy question. So you guys, you can ask me a philosophy question or bring up some philosophy that you're partial to. But I really want to know who are your favorite philosophers. So first off, I'm just gonna list off whom I think are the greatest philosophers, and not in any. And I'm just gonna list it in chronological order instead of in order of whom I think is the greatest. I'll later say whom I think are the greatest out of these guys, but I just want to list off at least in Western philosophy. So this is not going to include, you know, African, Afro Caribbean, or Eastern, or those other philosophies. But I'll be more than welcome to include some of those folks as well. Brinley says, "Hey, what's up?" Shadrach, Jack says Karl Marx. Okay. So here are my favorite. Well, I'm sorry, no. First, I'm gonna just list off who I think are the best philosophers. Sorry for that glare from the light. Um, so with no further ado, so one is Socrates, obviously. Um, with Socrates comes the start of the basically he starts this tradition of Socratic philosophers, and because of the Socratic philosophers, we basically have gotten Western civilization. So there's Socrates, then his student Plato, and then Plato's student Aristotle. So obviously those are gonna be the first three to kick him off. Um, then I'm gonna go with Rene Descartes, who is, starts. He gives us the start of modern philosophy. And when I talk about modern philosophy, we're talking about the modern era. The modern era doesn't mean now. Modern era means the historical modern period, which starts, uh, I guess, somewhere around the late 1500s. It's basically after the end of medieval Europe starts the modern period. With basically with the start of the Age of Enlightenment, with the European Enlightenment and the Age of Reason started the modern period. So Rene Descartes is considered the um the founder of modern philosophy. So with him, then is David Hume, the Scottish philosopher, and Immanuel Kant, the Anglo-German philosopher. Some people say Kant, some say Kant. Even though he was a German philosopher, his family background is actually from England, so they pronounce the name Kant. So you can say Kant or Kant, but they would have said the name as Kant. So that's how I'll do it. um, and then from there we get the start of analytic philosophy with Gottlob Frege, who was the founder of symbolic logic, which we use today, or mathematical logic. And then with him, there's Bertrand Russell, who's another founder of analytic philosophy, who followed in the steps of Gottlob Frege with his logicism. Logicism was a research paradigm in early philosophy, in 20th century philosophy, to basically reduce all of mathematics via arithmetic to to first order logic, to basically just um, first order logic refers to like propositional logic and stuff like that. But he did that, and then his student went on to do that, and then broke away from him completely. Ludwig Wittgenstein, um, who's I'll get into him later. So it would be him, and then there's Cyril Call, no, excuse me, Cyril Karl Popper, who was a contemporary of Wittgenstein and Russell, and they were both kind of vying for like the head of philosophy at the time. There's even a book written about it called Karl's Poker, which gives you like a whole like fictionalized account of a altercation between Wittgenstein and Karl Popper. People might know Karl Popper, who have a science background, as the guy who gave us falsificationism. I can get into that later. But anyway, so then there's Popper, then there's G.E. Moore or George Edward Moore. So all of these guys are within that specific vein of like being the founders of analytic philosophy. Um, then we continue with people like P.F. Strawson, who is really important. Willard Van Orman Quine, but people just called him, I think, Van for short. I didn't get to meet him because he died right when I started philosophy, and I would have enjoyed actually getting to meet him when I think he was still teaching as a professor emeritus at Harvard. I wasn't going to Harvard, but he my one of my professors was a protege of him, so probably could have met him through like a philosophy symposia. Um, then after that, I guess we have people like Jerry Fodor who passed away just some years ago. He's considered one of the founders of cognitive science, and Saul Kripke, who's really big in the analytic world. So those I think are like some of the biggest philosophers in the Western philosophy tradition. These would be people you would refer to as philosophers, right? Which means like these are the philosophy guys who other philosophy people come to learn. So anyway, let me get back into the comments, guys. Vertigar Stevens is my favorite is Kendrick Lamar. Well, that's not a philosopher, but that's funny. Astro Art Production says hello. What's up, Astro Art? Oreo X says yo. So anyway, guys, if you were lost in what I was just talking about previously, folks who just came in as I was listing off a bunch of random old white men, unfortunately, all of whom who have passed away. I was listing off the best philosophers in the Western philosophy tradition, and the only reason I did that as opposed to all of philosophy is because I have not covered the breadth of philosophy in other areas like Eastern philosophy or African or Afro-Caribbean philosophy, um, or you know, perhaps like Near East, Near East or South Asian philosophy, stuff like that. I haven't covered all that, but if I were to include some of those folks, there are some obviously out there who I would include, like Siddhartha Gautama, aka Buddha. That was an actual person, or at least we believe that he was a historical figure. Lao Tzu, is there's some question over his historicity, that is whether he actually existed. Um, but there's, you know, people might argue Lao Tzu, who founded Taoism, is one. Um, Again, his historicity is in question. So is Kung Fu Zi, um, whose Latinized name was Confucius, of course. So there's he. Um, in the Indian world, what's up, Brandon? In the Indian subcontinent, outside of Siddhartha Gautama, I don't know of many folks within the Far East, like the two I mentioned, Confucius or Confucius and Lao Tzu, are like I guess probably two of the biggest. And those three guys, assuming they all existed, form the three biggest Eastern philosophies, which also became Eastern religions. And I guess it just depends on how you study it, whether it's a philosophy or a religion over there, because they kind of blend. In the Western tradition, philosophy is sharply delineated from religion from the fact that they don't include supernatural supernatural aspects in their explanations of the world. So that's where philosophy divorced itself from religion and like ancient Greece. As far as African philosophy, I'm not very familiar with it, so you guys can probably put me on to some of the folks in African philosophy. I was going to take a class in Afro-Caribbean philosophy. It did not fit my schedule, and it was not even something that was originally part of the of our major. Like it was something that was added like I think my last semester before I graduated undergrad. So I already had a full list of classes that I wanted to take or needed to take. So I couldn't squeeze it in, but I was really interested in taking Afro-Caribbean philosophy. But some of you out there might know of some folks who are very important in like Afro-Caribbean philosophy, Eastern philosophy, um, Indian Desi philosophy, or Middle East, Near Eastern philosophy that aren't that can be separated from religion. That is. So if you do, like, go ahead and shout it out to me. Brandon says, who do you hate more, Michael Jackson and Taylor Swift? I don't hate either one of them. First of all, I don't even know either one of them to hate them. Two, I love Michael. I'm a '80s baby, so I grew up loving Michael. I had the Michael Jackson action figure. Everyone in the early '80s wanted to get the little Michael Jackson jacket. I had one. I had like the fake one, but when I was a little kid, I had the fake Michael Jackson jacket. The patent leather with all the zippers all over it. If you don't know, you don't know. But I would never say I hate Michael Jackson. That's absurd. Like that would be a betrayal to my generation. I don't care what later people have claimed about him. I could give a shit. With Generation X, we don't care about what millennials and Gen Z think of the morals of people from people in the past who did more things than them. As far as Taylor Swift, I don't hate her. My wife is a huge Swiftie fan, so I support her in that effort, even though I don't really listen to Swift's music. As a matter of fact, she and I are still going to do a video where she's going to have me um, listen to a random Taylor Swift song or a couple of songs that she's picked, and get me to react to the song, to the music. So um, I don't hate her. Plus, she had this record in 2014 that was actually pretty good. Like, I remember going to a office party at the time. I think a Christmas party at my company where I was working for at the time in 2014. I think no, no, I'm sorry, not 20 in 2015. I think the album came out in 2014, but we were listening to it in 2015. And I was telling one of my friends at work, I was like, yeah, I really fuck with this music. I was like, I said, I didn't know her music was this good. But I think it had a huge hip hop influence in that album back then in 2015. So I don't hate her. What are you talking about, KB? Again, if you guys can't stick to the subject, you're gonna go. And I think you've been here in this stream before, trolling. I'm not putting up with anything. If someone says anything about Don Cheadle, if you say something about stupid shit like you are now, I'm not going to even time you out. I'm just going to ban you because unless you add into the Cash App, I don't give a fuck what you think. Period. Full stop. So either contribute to the conversation or be out because I have other things to do. So anyway, again, guys, asking what are your favorite philosophers. So I'm gonna relist whom I just said are the best philosophers, in my opinion, in the Western philosophy tradition. And if you notice, I didn't really include a bunch of people from the continental philosophy just end, just because I don't think that many continental philosophers are that great. Not that they aren't not that they aren't genuine philosophers, but I don't think most of them are that great. So I didn't, for Avid. So that's why I didn't mention people like Marx or Heidegger or Nietzsche or all these other folks, because I think a lot of the stuff that they wrote was pretty uh just obfuscated writing, and it's it seems often the case in continental philosophy that just by virtue of the fact that what the person has written and talked about seems pretty confusing, just makes it better for continental philosophers. Like, they like stuff to be complicated just for the sake of complication. And to me, that's to me like a red flag that what they're talking about isn't really that good, because from the analytic tradition, we sort of have some of our virtues is that that philosophy and thinking on philosophy and things in general should be clear, concise, and cogent. And a lot of continental philosophy is neither of those, is none of those things. So that's why I don't include a lot of people in the continental philosophy tradition as the greatest Western philosophers. But there's a case that can be made for some of them, I'm sure. I just won't. But in any case, so here's whom I think are the greatest philosophers in the Western tradition, and then and out of them, I'm gonna say whom I think are the greatest philosophers ever, in my opinion. He said, I just popped in. Yes, I agree with you. Women definitely make everything overcomplicated. I wasn't saying women. That's a different subject. I might not disagree with you on that, but no, I was talking about thinkers in the continental philosophy tradition. Continental philosophy usually refers loosely to a bunch of people called philosophers coming out of like France and Germany and places like that. They I should probably distinguish what I mean between analytic philosophy and continental philosophy. Oh no, you're good, V. That's it's all right. You might have just misheard me. That's cool. So for those, so let me break this. I've done this in the other live streams, but I don't mind over communicating the point. So Western philosophy can loosely be divided between analytic philosophy and continental philosophy. Analytic philosophy, which is usually the academic philosophy that's taught in most English speaking countries in their universities, whereas continental philosophy is not, is analytic philosophy has a strong concentration on um, what you can call either conceptual or linguistic analysis, and relies on and relies on logic, symbolic or mathematical logic, and it's and if and analytic philosophy sees itself as continuous with science. So that's analytic philosophy. Continental philosophy, on the other hand, um, is has a concentration on it's largely continuous with literary criticism. So it'll be like it's not a very sharp distinction between continental philosophy and maybe literary criticism, and you'll often see that a lot of continental philosophers get involved in like social political movements, stuff like that, and don't see themselves as dependent on logic. Now, there are some continental philosophers who thankfully do have a background in logic, but it's not required in continental philosophy. Um, and it's usually a clear sign that it's continental philosophy because it's like very obfuscated writing. All right, thanks, only Bilal. But what else? So yeah, so that would be the sort of distinction between continental philosophy. A bunch of French and German thinkers versus analytic philosophy, which isn't just English speaking countries, but mostly um, folks who may have came from the continental Europe over to the Anglophone speaking countries. So in any case, guys, so that's the distinction between analytic and continental philosophy. And as I was stating, that's my bias that I'm coming from an analytic philosophy perspective on this. Although nowadays there's not a very sharp distinction between analytic and continental as there used to be, say, I don't know, like 50 years ago or so. But in any case, um, whom I think are the best Western philosophers who've ever lived so far: Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Rene Descartes, David Hume, Immanuel Kant, Gottlob Frege, Bertrand Russell, Ludwig Wittgenstein, Karl Popper, P.F. Strawson, um, Willard Van Orman Quine, um, Jerry Fodor, Saul Kripke, and I think I'm missing someone. If if it comes back to me, I'll bring that up. But so those are the best, I think, the greatest Western philosophers. And like I said, I'm curious whom you guys think are your greatest philosophers. I know someone said uh, Karl Marx, and like I said, and that's cool. Shadrach Jack says Karl Marx. I can go over why I don't think he's the greatest in a moment if Shadrach Jack is still here. And I saw also that I'm sorry, let me scroll. I am perfection perfected, said Plato. I would definitely agree. Yeah. As a matter of fact, that's going to launch me into whom I think are the greatest philosophers who've ever lived. Um, from my short list, my short list of greatest philosophers, Plato's definitely in my top 10. I would actually give Plato number one in my top 10 actually. The reason being that so one of the philosophers named uh, Alfred North Whitehead, he collaborated with Bertrand Russell in writing a book that tried to reduce all of mathematics to logic, right? And he wrote himself that all of European, all of the the whole tradition of European philosophy is but a footnote to Plato, which kind of is like anything we have been discussing in Western philosophy has been mentioned somewhere down the line in Plato's writings. It's because of, and I mean, some might say Socrates is the greatest, but we only know of Socrates through Plato. Socrates refused to write down anything that any of his philosophy, because just as today, where people always think that the newest technology is going to be the downfall of mankind, Socrates thought the same thing of the technology at his time. The technology that he worried about ruining mankind at the time was writing. Yes, writing. He thought that writing would ruin people's memory and their ability to acquire knowledge, because they would be so used to writing it down that they would never, you know, you know, put these things together for themselves mentally, that that they can recall and use these things to think and chew bubblegum at the same time, basically. So he had a thing against writing. So everything we know about Socrates comes through Plato and some of Socrates' closest friends and students. Um, and then there's always an open question with Plato's writings, how much of it is, because he uses Socrates as a character in his writings as well, to voice certain philosophical positions. But it's always an open question how much of this is actually was Socrates' thoughts and how much of it is Plato's thoughts. And the general agreement is that the earlier writings were mostly Socrates' thoughts, whereas most of the later writings were mostly Plato's thoughts. But they both use Socrates as a character to voice different philosophical positions. So for that, I'm gonna say, like, I'm gonna give Plato as one of the greatest philosophers who've ever lived. Um, and then after he, I'm also going to say um, Wittgenstein, Ludwig Wittgenstein. This guy was so brilliant. He wrote his dissertation. He wrote his dissertation for his doctorate in philosophy while fighting in the trenches of World War I in Austria. Um, and he sent that he mailed that dissertation back to Cambridge, where he studied under Bertrand Russell, who's another one of the greatest philosophers. And Bertrand Russell just they read through his dissertation, and just automatically awarded him his doctorate. Like when he came back from the war and returned back to Cambridge, he was automatically given his doctorate. Not only that, his dissertation was published and became one of the most important books in Western philosophy, which is called the Philosophicus Logicus Tractatus, or the Treatise on Logical Philosophy. Um, it kind of changed philosophy, Western philosophy from then on. Most people studied it as sort of the Bible of. It became like sort of the Bible of analytic philosophy. He also created logical truth tables, which are used in still used in both formal logic, computer science, and philosophy today. Um, the funny thing is, after like he thought that he had solved all the problems of philosophy with that dissertation, so he actually quit philosophy and just went on to become a school teacher in Vienna. Um, until a few of his colleagues came up to him and said, "Well, here's a few other problems we have in philosophy." He thought about it. He came back to actively doing philosophy again and wrote a second book, which became the second most important book in analytic philosophy, which is called Philosophical Investigations. Like this second book spawned a different different schools of philosophy within analytic philosophy, like the ordinary language school and some other things. Like this is how big this guy was. Unfortunately, he died in a young age, or a relatively young age. I think he died in his early 50s. But this guy was a genius, and he was. Some people over exaggerate Wittgenstein, or like they say he's the greatest philosopher. I won't say he's the greatest, but obviously he's in my top five. So like I said, I've already listed Plato, Wittgenstein. Um, I'm gonna list Willard Van Orman Quine, the guy who unfortunately died before I got to meet him. He was one of my professor's teachers. He was a huge guy in analytic philosophy. He started off sort of a logical positivist. Logical positivist was a whole school of thought in analytic philosophy that basic all of metaphysics was bullshit, and that anything that wasn't any claim that wasn't verifiable wasn't meaningful. Unfortunately, it was they had to keep trying to work that because it never worked out that way, because because that claim itself wouldn't be verifiable. But they that whole verificationism theory of meaning and logical positivism, like he was an earlier proponent of that. Then he just became like this radical empiricist who kind of changed the trajectory of analytic philosophy. he he started saying that certain things don't really exist, like propositions, like things that we generally consider to exist in some way of some form of fashion. He made he dissolved distinctions between like analytic truths and synthetic truths. Analytic truths are claims that they can be true just by the very definition of the words being used in that sentence, whereas synthetic truths have to be true outside of that sentence itself. So he dissolved that distinction. He created something called um, confirmation holism, which he thought that basically, in the light of evidence, everything can be revised, which is to say that whether we're talking that every basically he said there's basically it was a way of saying that all knowledge is empirical, like because anything is revisable in the light of experience. And most people would have agreed with him, except when he went on to also say that it was the logic and math could be revisable in light of experience as well. A lot of people disagree with him on that, but Quine is hugely important, and some of his work is still hugely important in information science today. Um, Another really one of the guys I think is one of the biggest philosophers, Jerry Fodor. He's one of the founders of cognitive science. He went on to give us a a hypothesis on how the mind actually works and what thoughts actually were. That thoughts were basically sentences entokened in the brain, and that these um, thoughts or other propositional attitudes, which they're sometimes called, um, these sentences are defined over processes which are like computations. So he gave us like a view of how the mind works that is both computational and representational. So huge guy. He's like one of the gods of cognitive science. I remember even walking on my campus and one of my professors saying, he was like, "Yeah, you guys look at this." He said, "You guys look at this building right here." He said this building right here is basically just a huge temple to Noam Chomsky and Jerry Fodor." So he's one of the big guys. Saul Kripke is a huge guy. Some people say he's more brilliant than Wittgenstein. Like the guy was able to do calculus as a little kid. And when I say as a little kid, I mean as a little kid. Like think like toddler. He he went on to boast once to say that, if calculus wasn't already invented by, Leibniz and Newton, that he would have invented it himself. I don't know how much of that was him bragging, but he was a brilliant man. I was sad that he died too. I didn't even know that till like what, a month ago or so. I realized he passed away, but this guy was brilliant. I remember reading a book he wrote, one of his most well-known books called Naming and Necessity. Talks about uh, this talks about logic and philosophy of language and stuff like that. And I was going to a psychiatric appointment at the time because I thought that I had ADHD. And so the psychiatrist was like, he said, what book did you bring with you? I was like, I said, oh, this is a book called Naming and Necessity by this famous philosopher. He's like, Naming and Necessity? And so I went on to describe what it talked about. He was like, that doesn't sound like someone who has ADHD could sit there and read something that dry. I was like, you got a point. And he was right though. So that's one of the ways we knew I didn't have ADHD. That and the fact that Ritalin didn't work on me. Uh, so we found out that it was actually depression that I was dealing with, not ADHD. But again, that's because I was reading something from a guy named Saul Kripke who was writing something that the average person would have had no interest in reading, much less someone who's afflicted with ADHD who wouldn't have the attention to sit there and read something based on logic and philosophy of language. Um, so those guys are to me the the greatest philosophers in my opinion. But let me get back to the comments, guys. I know I've been ranting for a while. Molar LTD says, "Who will win in a fight, Pinocchio or Dracula?" That I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. Mola says, "Do you think Plato could beat up Socrates?" No. And here's why, Molar. Socrates was a war hero. Most people don't know that. He was a Hippolyte. Those were citizen soldiers of ancient Greece. I mean, of ancient Athens. Um, he was known. He was a venerated war hero. Like he won several like medals of, well, not medals of honor, but whatever would have been known as a medal of honor in ancient Athens. He won those. He wasn't just consulted on philosophical matters. He had people come to him to talk to him about military strategy. This is why he has such a high reputation within the city of Athens, because he fought for them in the Peloponnesian Wars against Sparta. They lost that war, but he was still a war hero in that war. And he may have also fought in the war against Persia as well, I think. But he was a venerated war hero. And when I and this and I'm not talking about like in his early teens, early 20s. This man was still an active citizen soldier up until his 40s. So it's funny that people make fun of how he looks in the statue representations of him because of his snub nose and sort of like stock looking body. But that's the body of a warrior. Socrates was both a warrior and a philosopher. So if you were to ask me who would beat him, like who would win in a fight, him or his student Plato, Socrates. He was a bona fide war hero. He was like if you took Rambo and mixed him with, um, I don't know, like Bill Gates. So Socrates all the way. Random account says Grandpa getting flashbacks. Okay, not anyone's grandpa, but I mean, your mother can suck my dick anytime she wants, and you're gone off my channel. Anyway, Crank Nug says hello. He said, "What you talking about?" So Crank Nug, I was talking about. Um, the topic is who are your favorite philosophers, and I just listed off uh, the guys who are my favorite philosophers, and before that, I listed who are the greatest Western philosophers, at least from an analytic tradition. I didn't include people from a continental tradition. Joe DeBose says you should smile more. Mm, I don't. I smile, but I don't force it, and I don't smile for men. Assuming you're a guy, I don't know, but I don't do that. Sorry, I have to get some water, guys. Just ran a 15K a few hours ago, so I'm a little parched, and it was hot as hell outside. uh, Sorry. Jodabo says I have ADD, so I hope you're doing something to alleviate that, whether take taking advantage of cognitive therapy, or if you respond to like uh, Ritalin or one of the other types of medications out there, psychoactive medications. Don't self medicate though. Don't do that. GJC says good evening. What's up, GJC? Always good to hear from you. Joey Bo says night here 2:33. Pat King says all I need is Jesus, no one else. Hey, I'm not gonna knock that. If you find inspiration through Jesus Christ, that's fine. Um, there is a tradition of there is a tradition of Western philosophy in Christian writings. A lot of the scholastic philosophers, the scholastic philosophers were mostly um, priests and monks from medieval Europe who practiced philosophy. People like Thomas Aquinas, right? He's Saint Thomas Aquinas, Saint Augustine. These guys wrote these were brilliant philosophers. Like they were well in tune with scholastic logic, um, which was before we had modern symbolic logic that was invented by Gottlob Frege, but they were well in tune with Aristotelian and scholastic logic, um, and wrote these, and even they wrote arguments that attempted to prove God's existence. So um, there's a tradition of philosophy within the Christian tradition itself. So I'm not gonna knock that. But like I said, my biases are towards non-religious philosophy, and particularly analytic tradition philosophy. Jodabo says, by the way, I'm a girl and a minor. Well, okay. I I did say before, so there was a minor here before, and I told her I'm not sure if it was a great place for her to be, but we're only talking philosophy here, so you know, caveat lector. But this should be pretty chill. If this gets out of pocket here, like any trolling and stuff, I want this to be a safe space for you, Jodaba. And I appreciate the compliment, by the way. So, guys, be more than interested to know. Uh, I know it's only looks like I only have one active person here. I'm not sure who, but be really interested in, guys. You let me know who your favorite philosophers are, if there's anyone still here to talk. So I've given my favorites, and I've listed off whom I think are the best in the Western tradition. But I can name some other folks who I think are also pretty important. They just don't, to me, deserve to be known as the best. You know, there's like Friedrich Nietzsche, Martin Heidegger. Obviously, I'm not gonna like Martin Heidegger because he became part of the Nazi Party. um, there's Franz Bertano, Baruch Spinoza. There's the pre-Socratic philosophers. Way too many to think of all of them at the same time, but the pre-Socratic philosophers are really important because they are whom started Western philosophy. Uh, and when I say pre-Socratic, I mean people who were doing this stuff before Socrates. Then, like I said, there's philosophers from the non from Eastern tradition. I named a few like Kung Fu Si, which is Confucius. That's his Latinized name, or Lao Tzu, who came up with Taoism. Siddhartha Gautama from India, who was known as the Buddha. Um, then there's some African philosophy, but I don't know any of those guys. And there's some people from the Middle East and Near East whom I don't know. J.A.C says Machiavelli. I'm not sure. Uh, I'm not sure if I would consider him a. I guess you could consider it political philosophy, but I'm not sure if I would consider it philosophy proper. Plus, most people get the so the book that most people think about when they think of Niccolo Machiavelli is The Prince. I've read that. I think I have the book still in my collection. I have to dig through my crate, but I think I did read it from my philosophy of literature class. But that most people interpret that book wrong, actually, GJC. So most people think is this is Machiavelli's writing on how to attain and hold political power. It was it was written posthumously. I mean, it was published posthumously because he didn't want it printed him. He didn't want it published himself because it was supposed to actually be just political satire. And when he wrote it, he realized that the humorous aspects of it weren't really apparent to most, wouldn't be apparent to most people. So he never published it himself. So it was published after he died. But most people didn't grasp that that whole book, The Prince, was actually political satire. He wasn't really telling people how to attain and hold onto political power. He was making fun of powerful people at the time. I don't know if he was I don't know if he was specifically making fun of the Medici family, whom he credited as the people who were sponsoring him at the time, and that he said that he dedicated that book to them. So I don't know if it was a stab at them, but it was definitely meant to be political satire. Most people don't get that. Like, you have a lot of people in the business world, in the financial services world, that read that book thinking it's going to show them how to master the corporate world. And it's really not. It's supposed to be political satire, but it goes way over the heads of over most people that it's not to be taken seriously. It's supposed to be looked at as satire. But I guess in a way you could look at it as political philosophy in a sense. There are also some scientists I would argue what could be considered philosophers as well as some mathematicians. Alan Turing is it's not enough. There's so much that can be said about Alan Turing. It's ridiculous. Like he he's a hero. He was a World War II hero. He solved the Nazi enigma code, which helped us bring an end to World War II. He gave us modern computers. Uh, he gave us a solution to one of the biggest problems in philosophy called the mind body problem. Uh, he, he basically started. He basically became the founder of information science. Um, he also dabbled in biology. He um, there's so much that can be said. Like he's important in so many different academic fields, from linguistics, logic, information science, computational biology, psychology, cognitive science, philosophy, um, World War II history, and so forth. And what did he get as a reward? He ended up committing suicide because it was considered a crime to be homosexual at that time in the United Kingdom. That was his reward for basically helping in the greatest war to that ever this ever happened, and gave us modern computers and helped us give us cognitive science and information science, and basically gave us the clues to how the mind actually works. And what reward was he given? He had to commit suicide to so that he wouldn't be charged with with crimes under British law at the time for homosexuality. One of the greatest men to ever have lived. So he could be considered a philosopher. And there's a bunch of other mathematicians I would consider philosophers too, as well as like Kurt Gödel, who gave us the incompleteness theorem that showed us that the whole tradition that Gottlob Frege, Bertrand Russell, Ludwig Wittgenstein, Alfred North Whitehead, and others were doing, the logicism research that tried to reduce all of mathematics to logic, was doomed to fail because it will always be incomplete. And we had to do that. We actually had to work that proof in a graduate level logic class that I took. So there's a bunch of like scientists and mathematicians that could label in that camp. Einstein too. Einstein and his colleague, um, what's the guy's name? Can't remember his name, but they they duped it out in the pages of a scientific journal that didn't even include research. It was just them talking about how to interpret quantum theory, and the two arguments they were having were just pure. It was just pure like thought experiments on quantum theory and how it should be how it how it should be interpreted. And Einstein, being somewhat of a scientific realist, disagreed with his colleague, who was still a great friend of his. They just disagreed on how to interpret quantum theory. Um, who this guy started was now known as the standard interpretation of quantum mechanics, or the Copenhagen interpretation, which is which is not a realist position. It's more of a instrumentalist position. Instrumentalist meaning that they don't care whether the theory is actually true or not, just that whether it works. Whereas Einstein's realist position in science is that not only does the theory works, but that it actually reflects how things actually are. So they had a great debate about that. That was just pure philosophy. So someone might say that Einstein was a philosopher, and I could go on and on. So I'm curious, like, what you guys think. J.A.C. also said Karl Marx. Yeah, so he's a very important philosopher. I just don't consider him great. I don't think his writings were that good. I think he sacrificed logic where he needed it to be, in order to bolster his positions on things. So I don't consider him I think he's one of the most important philosophers of the 20th century, but I don't consider him one of the greatest. So I guess there should be that distinction between the most important philosophers of the 20th, like of the 19th, of modern or contemporary philosophy. Then there's the greatest. The most important and the greatest aren't a one-to-one correspondence there. Chase Richter says, I need you to tell me a DoorDash order for dinner, please. I don't know what your taste buds are. We probably have greatly different tastes in food. Niels Bohr. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I think it was Niels Bohr. They greatly differed on how to interpret quantum theory. Einstein's belief was that quantum theory was was a incomplete theory, because he didn't think that the defining nature of reality should be chancy and probabilistic. But in quantum theory, like, the foundation of reality is basically statistical, right? And we know that through the Schrodinger's thought experiment. That, but in any case, I don't want to get too far ahead of that. But yeah, they greatly disagreed. And like I said, Einstein was a scientific realist. He believed that our scientific theory should actually portray reality, whereas Niels Bohr and others in his camp just thought that quantum theory should be workable. They were instrumentalists, and a lot of philosophers of a lot of philosophers of science today are instrumentalists. Like, they may be realists about nature, but when it comes, but specifically of science, they're instrumentalists. They don't care whether the theories are actually true, just that they can make accurate predictions. I don't agree with that. I'm on the Einsteinian side. I'm a realist about science. I think that our theories should accurately reflect reality. So, and that fight is ongoing, but because of that, that's why Einstein spent the last few years of his life at Princeton trying to work on a theory of everything, and just sat there stumped. He had some leads, but it didn't really go anywhere. So he died working on a theory of everything that didn't go anywhere, because he fundamentally thought that quantum theory was incomplete. Plus, it didn't. Plus, his own theory, general relativity, was mathematically uh, incompatible with quantum theory. So that was another reason why he thought that quantum theory couldn't be the end all be all of modern physics. So, but like I said, this was like a pure philosophical debate amongst two of the greatest physicists ever. Um, Chase Richter says, I can't make up my mind. Chase, I really don't know what you like. Like, so I love, I have an Asian wife. I love Asian food. So for me, Chinese takeout, Japanese food, some Korean barbecue, um, some Vietnamese pho, some Thai food. Like, I can't go wrong on that. Or, you know, some people might consider me a Philistine, but I love McDonald's food too, as long as it's not from the hood. But I'll go for McDonald's. But shit, nowadays McDonald's is cheaper. Shit, excuse me, McDonald's is more expensive than going to like a all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet. I'll go to You can go to an all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet for like what, $25, and get more for your money than you can get, depending on what part of the country you live, getting a Big Mac meal. So it all depends what you want to eat. Plus, DoorDash is going to overcharge you. Um, I don't know. I mean, it depends whether you prefer DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats. Um, I can't tell you what the order, honestly, because whenever I stop using food apps. I prefer to actually go to the restaurants themselves and order food, because that way they get more money back that way. Because usually a lot of these restaurants are being cheated by these food apps, these food service apps, because most of the money goes to them and their workers, as opposed to how much money goes to the actual restaurants. But that's that's a whole different conversation. In any case, I really can't tell you what to eat. Like I said, for me, I can never go wrong with either Chinese takeout, deli, like some sort of deli sandwich or sub, or a burger. Like those are my go tos. So whatever your taste buds are, go for it. DJC says George Berkeley, Irish philosopher. Yep, George Berkeley is a huge person, and you know that that's that's why they named um, the place in California is named after George Berkeley. As a matter of fact, you know, most people pronounce it wrong. You know, like Berkeley, but it's Barkley. Just like David Hume, the Scottish philosopher, he actually changed the spelling of his name from Home to Hume because so many uh, British, I mean not Brit, so many English and so many English and like Americans and others pronounces kept calling him home when it's pronounced Hume, that he changed the spelling of his family name to Hume so that people would pronounce it properly, which is Hume. And like same thing with Barkley, like it's it's the way it's spelled looks like Berkeley, and that's how they say it in California too. I think they call it Berkeley, but it's pronounced Barkley. But since you brought up George Barkley, I'm sure you probably already knew that. Isaiah Carrillo, I'm sorry. Love a man with knowledge. Thank you. Good job, brother. Appreciate it. Chase Ricker says I'm so hungry. Cool, I'll get Chinese. By the way, so I actually talked about that in the previous live stream last month because May it was Asian American, um, Hawaiian, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And I was telling people, you should actually go out and get some food to celebrate, that Asian Heritage Month. So you're a month late, but go ahead and get some some Chinese. I was gonna say, but don't get the stuff that you always get. Try something new. That's what I'll tell you, Chase. Don't get something that you've already eaten on the takeout menu. Get something you haven't tried before. Don't get so if you always get like I don't know, like shrimp fried rice or General Tso chicken or orange chicken, get something completely different, something you never had before. That's what I'll recommend. Get something off the menu you have not eaten before. Al Brassa, yo, what's up, OG? He said Popeyes. GJC says Chase is a philosopher contemplating hunger so long he forgot to eat. That is funny though, because there is a there was a thought that some academics, particularly philosophers, spend so much time staring at the stars that they end up falling in the well in the well right in front of them because they're not paying attention to what's ahead of them, only looking to the stars, just being completely in their head. I forgot how the actual joke goes, but it's somewhat to the lines of, philosophers or whatever sitting there contemplating the stars while they walk in and fall into a well. GJC says, "Man, my kids had a birthday party today at a Filipino family's house. Oh my God, the food spread was insane. The nicest people on earth. They really are like, they are some of the friendliest people ever. Like every year, like there's an actual rating of like the friendliest people of every nation. Filipinos are usually always in that top 10 every year. Like they're in the top 10, if not like the top five. They're always in that list, in that index. And yeah, the food is delicious. One of the reasons I like Filipino food is that it's not overly dependent on seafood like like Japanese food or whatever it is. Um, like if I had married a Japanese woman or lived in Japan, it would have to be in Tokyo because in Tokyo you can find any food that you want in Tokyo, but outside of Tokyo, I would probably have to eat a lot of like food from Western restaurants because I don't like seafood that much. Like I'll eat fish, but I don't, you know, I won't eat. shellfish or whatever you call that stuff, squid and octopi and all that stuff. Like, I don't need all that. Um, Isaiah says he's continuing with your point. Ryan X says, "Yep." So, guys, so yes, so again, I'll be interested in knowing who your favorite philosophers are. And I told you that one of my blind spots is that unfortunately I never studied African philosophy or Afro-Caribbean philosophy, so I don't know many of those thinkers. I've heard of one guy, Afro-Caribbean philosopher, but I can't even recall his name. So, like I said, I don't want this to be biased towards just old white men, as they kind of say, which I don't have a problem with old white men at all. Because, like I said, I don't, knowledge doesn't matter where it came from. But I would definitely be curious of people outside of the Western philosophy tradition that people consider their favorite philosophers. I mean, of course, one person brought up Jesus Christ, so which is kind of ironic because that is within the Western tradition, at least within Christian philosophy. Like I'm sure most Christian philosophers would consider Jesus himself maybe a philosopher, but if not, they would consider some of the monks of the medieval tradition to be big philosophers like Saint Augustine and Saint Thomas Aquinas, and there's another guy I can't remember, but some of these scholastic philosophers might be some people's favorite if they come from a Christian perspective. Thank you, Isaiah. J.A.C says, was George Berkeley the one who came up with I think there, therefore I am? I know he was into subjective idealism. Yeah, he was into subjective idealism. He was part of the British tradition of modern philosophy along the lines of people like John Locke and John Stuart Mill and people like that. But and of course David Hume, the Scottish philosopher. But no, you're thinking of Rene Descartes. Rene Descartes is considered, like I said, he's in my listing of greatest Western philosophers. He is the founder of modern philosophy. He's the one who said, "I think, therefore I am," and that's not actually what he said. I unfortunately a lot of philosophy cliches are really like dumbed down versions of what those philosophers actually said. And I think therefore I am is one of the biggest philosophy cliches that was actually dumbed down. Like if you broke down what he actually said in like Middle French of the time, it was more along the lines of, you know, this is what he said, and I'm summarizing, okay? He said, when I think about, what there is that exists, and I think, I can doubt that any of these things exist. Like, because the thing is, he was looking for a foundation to all of knowledge. Like, what can be the foundation of knowledge, and therefore philosophy and everything else. And he was saying, I can pretty much doubt everything that exists. Like, I can just say this doesn't. I can doubt everything that I everything that I experience, everything that I see. You know, I can doubt all these things exist. For all I know, all these things could be inventions of an evil genius or of some demon, some clever demon trying to deceive me. He said, but out of all these things, I can even doubt myself. But the thing about that is, even if I doubt myself, there's still this thing that I am that is doing the doubting or the thinking. So even if I doubt everything else, even if I doubt myself, that I myself exist, there still exists something that is thinking this very thing that I doubt that I exist. Therefore, that thing itself must exist, and I am that thing that exists. That's what he said. And it was clever. He was the only part he got wrong was that he had to make a logical jump to say that he is that thinking thing. But he was right insofar as to say that there is a thinking thing out there. But it would have been a logical jump to say that he therefore is also that thinking thing. But he was on the right track, and because of that, this gave us the foundation of modern philosophy. So James Eric is back. He said, "Hey buddy, what's up, James?" Pat King says, "We are all human." I certainly hope so. Hope no one is secretly an orc. Although Lizzo might be one. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, so Descartes is definitely one of the greatest philosophers out there. Like, and he, like many of the early philosophers, he was also a scientist. Like he worked in areas of mathematics. He worked in areas of physics, particularly in optics. He worked in areas of biology. I think he actually, I can't remember how he died. I couldn't remember if it was from being poisoned from the the glass the glasses he was working when he was doing his optics research, or if it was, I can't remember if it was that or he caught like a some sort of infection. But yeah, he died, in his later middle ages. I think around late 50s, early 60s, which is a shame. But like I said, he gave us the foundation of modern philosophy. He also created Cartesian geometry or analytic geometry. This took the geometry of ancient Greece and paired it with algebra and gave us analytic geometry. The stuff that we all had to do back in like ninth, 10th grade is because of Descartes, Rene Descartes. So that's why he's one of the greatest. And his analytic geometry, which we all had to do in like ninth, 10th grade, eighth grade if you were smart, um, it was the precursor to giving us calculus. So he was a brilliant guy. So if you consider him one of your favorite philosophers or greatest philosophers, you're definitely in a good on good standing there. A lot of people say he sent philosophy backwards, which which there's a good argument for that too. That he actually retarded the progress of philosophy because of his stances on foundational epistemics, on foundational epistemology and stuff like that. But yeah, Pat King, I don't know if Lizzo is fully human. Like if I'll say if I get fat, I want to get Ozempic. I don't want to get prescribed Lizzo. If people saw that South Park episode. But any agent Rex FN says hi. What's up? So you guys have anyone else? So far I've heard people say Karl Marx, Plato, Rene Descartes. Um, who else did I see? Oh, someone said Jesus Christ. Which if that's someone's religious view, I'm not gonna argue with that. And like I said, I'd be definitely curious of people outside of the Western tradition that people like, because like I said, unfortunately I don't know much about philosophers outside of the Western tradition, guys. Outside of Eastern philosophy, and I actually studied that on my own. I didn't study that like in school, but just on my own when I was before I even went to college. I was interested in Eastern philosophy just because I did martial arts, so I wanted to learn more about some of the underlying philosophies to some of the traditional martial arts that I studied at the time. So I started, getting books on Zen Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, stuff like that. And, it was some interesting thoughts. But to me, it just didn't seem like philosophy proper because it was mixed in with supernatural elements and um, it just I don't know how useful it was. Plus, like, like one of my professors argued, he said like a lot of religions did start off as philosophy. He calls his view of a lot of organized religion today is that they're frozen metaphysics. What he means by frozen metaphysics is the fact that once these these organized religions were um once like a a fluid way of thinking by the founders of that philosophy or religion, like say with Christianity might have been originally the thinking of people like Jesus Christ or of Paul and Saint Peter, um, which later on became crystallized and made into a religion by their disciples, right? And that became what was once a fluid way of thinking became a frozen and rigid way of thinking about things, and that's the only way it could be thought of, which is frozen metaphysics. J.A.C said Sun Tzu. Right, so I forgot about Sun Tzu. I actually have his book here, and to be honest, it's not that it hasn't been that useful. Like you can take certain things from The Art of War by Sun Tzu. He's another historical figure from China that we don't really know exists. Unfortunately, in collectivist cultures, there's not a one of the divides between individualist cultures and collectivist cultures is that there's not a emphasis on empiricism and rationalism in collectivist cultures. So they don't really distinguish between what's actually like what's actually historical and what's merely mythical. So we don't even know if Sun Tzu actually existed, or we don't know if Lao Tzu existed, who's the founder of Taoism. But I do have the book right here, guys. Just in case you think I'm hold up, I'm about to drop something. Just in case you think I'm bluffing, but I'm a nerd. So, um, yeah, but yeah, I would definitely consider that military philosophy. Definitely from the Eastern tradition. Um, and he's not the only one. Like the Book of Five Rings is another important martial arts and Eastern philosophy book. The Book of Five Rings was written sort of about um, a way of thinking for Japanese warriors. Uh, so like it's not Bush. I don't know if it would be Bushido per se, but it would definitely be like a way of warriors thinking from the Japanese perspective. And I think that was written by Musashi, who was like the greatest Japanese swordsman at uh, of feudal Japan. I think he wrote the Book of Five Rings. Creature Hub says can't Sizek, technically Kaku and Sisyphus. All right, so those are good people, Creature, and also what's up, Creature Hub? Thank you. I'm gonna touch on that. Let me close these curtains here. So I'm gonna touch on some of those because you bring up some good ones. Sarah says, "Just tune in. What's your channel about?" So my channel is a bunch of different topics, Sarah. Actually, so nerdy stuff, which is what we're talking about today. I'm talking about who are people's favorite philosophers, but I talk about nerdy stuff like academics or comic books and superheroes and sci-fi and Star Wars. Then I also talk about martial arts and fitness because I'm also a part-time martial arts coach. Then I also talk about pop culture and what's going on in politics and current events. So it's a medley of different things, and then I'm gonna have a second channel eventually, probably this year, where I'm just gonna focus on all martial arts, and then I might convince Mrs. Contrarian to do also a channel with me where we just talk about traveling and relationship stuff because I also do traveling, so I'll talk about that sometimes. And I do have a bunch of content you can check out, Sarah, as well, that on martial arts training. And I have a whole listing of martial arts myths. I did a whole live stream about martial arts myths as well, but I have a bunch of little long form videos with me just kind of doing a rant about different myths that people believe in martial arts that aren't true. So you can check that out. And I definitely appreciate you subscribing and anyone else as well. But let me get back to Creature Hub. So Kant, yeah. So I definitely listed Kant in the top. So some of you who have just came into the live stream didn't hear what I said an hour ago when I listed off who are the greatest Western philosophers in my opinion. So I'm gonna go over them again very briefly. So I said it starts with like Socrates, of course, Plato, Aristotle, then Rene Descartes, then David Hume, then Immanuel Kant, then Gottlieb Frege, then Bertrand Russell, then Ludwig Wittgenstein, Cyril Karl Popper, G.E. Moore, um, Willard Van Orman Quine, uh, Jerry Fodor, Saul Kripke, and I'm still missing someone. I can't think of whom I'm missing in that mix. I might also include Daniel Dennett, who just died a month ago, unfortunately, and I'm sad because I really wanted to meet that guy, but he would be number 16. But it's 15 of them altogether, and I know I've missed one. I just can't think of who that is off the top of my head. Zizek, I don't. He's a philosopher, but I don't consider him neither important nor good. I think he's from the continental philosophy tradition. And for folks who miss me talking about what's the difference between analytic philosophy and continental philosophy within their Western tradition, analytic philosophy is analytic philosophy is dependent upon conceptual or linguistic analysis and the use of logic and finds itself continuous with science. Um, Continental philosophy is really connected with um, history, politics, and you often find those continental philosophers getting involved in different social political movements. Like Cornel West, for instance, he comes from the continental philosophy tradition. He was a student of Richard Rorty, who's a really important continental philosopher who kind of bridged the gap between continental and analytic philosophy. But Cornel West is actually a trained philosophy professor um, under the continental tradition, and like many other people in the continental tradition, tends to get involved in social and political movements. And continental philosophy finds itself continuous with literary criticism. Kaku, he's a physicist, and I'm going to be completely honest. A lot of academic physicists don't take Michio Kaku very seriously. He's he likes to speculate on a lot of stuff, and he's one of those people who make talking about string theory and other things seem very kooky. He talks about string theory, which has been a failed philosophy for the last 50 years of physics. Which that's a whole different conversation we can have about failed science. But in any case, he talks about that, and he talks about aliens and other stuff like that. I don't, I really, to be honest, I don't. I think Kaku would be an entertaining person to go see at like an academic lecture or symposium, but I don't. I know a lot of experimental physicists and academic physicists in general don't take Kaku seriously. And Sisyphus didn't actually exist. Sisyphus was a I believe one of the titans within the myths of the Greek gods, who was punished to roll the boulder up the mountain just for it to come back down and have to do it again for all of eternity. He didn't actually exist, so I can't count Sisyphus. Maybe unless you're thinking of someone else, Creature Hub. Creature says Five Rings is so good. I should probably get that or at least read it. Actually, you know what? I'm at After I get off, I'm gonna add that to my library list. I have a list of stuff I want to check out the library because there's a few books like that I want to read that I'm not sure if I want to buy them. Most books I buy them before I read them, but if I'm not too sure if I actually want to own the book or not, I'll read it at the library first. So that's on my list. Dune Messiah is on my list. Carl's um, Popper's Poker is on the list, which is like this fight between him and Ludwig Wittgenstein, two preeminent philosophers of early 20th century philosophy. And the book that G.R.R. Martin wrote that is basically used now for the new series House of Dragons. I want to read that. So those are on my library list. I'm gonna add Book of Fire Rings down as you mentioned it. So thanks. Oh, and 48 Laws of Power is also on that list. Creature says Five Rings wasn't written by Musashi, but it was about his journeys. It was substantiated by how grossly unanimous his legend was. He was an epic in his own time, absolutely bananas. See, the genius of Musashi wasn't. I think it's exaggerated that he was the greatest Japanese swordsman. I think what it was is just he was smart. He developed a two sword style, which was basically, from what I understood, it helped balance him on a horse while fighting on a horse, having a sword in the other hand balanced him. And I think so. In one hand would be a katana, and in the other hand would be a short sword, maybe a shoto. Because I think the wakizashi is a longer sword than the katana, but you is more of a ceremonial thing that samurai wore. I can't remember which one is the short sword. It was either the wakizashi or the shoto, but he would balance himself on the horse by having both in each hand. That way, it would balance him while fighting while on horse, and that's kind of what fed into the legend that he was the greatest Japanese swordsman who ever lived because he could fight better on horse, being balanced with having a blade in each hand. Bonnie is back. What's up, Bonnie? She says Al Kendi and Razi are Arabic philosophers that I've read. Thank you. That's I was looking for some folks who are outside of the Western tradition. Persians had some wonderful philosophers, but it's been a while. I don't remember who they are. Okay. Creature has this, well, sir, you won't be disappointed. I appreciate that. So I lived in Japan for 5 years. Love it. I've only visited, and like I said, if Japan is something I have considered. Like if I were younger, I probably would have moved there, but I'm more than likely moving to the Philippines since that's where my wife is from. So we have a house there, and the cost of living is very low compared to like somewhere like Japan. The cost of living in Japan is pretty high. Well, in Tokyo and Osaka, it is. I think in rural Japan and the prefectures is cheaper, but unfortunately, most of those prefectures are dying off, so no one really lives there. Everyone chooses to live within Metro Tokyo or maybe Osaka, and those are expensive, of course, because that's where everyone wants to live. But yeah, if I were younger, I probably like right out of college might have like decided to like teach English there because that's usually the easiest way for people to live in Japan is they go there as an English tutor, as an English teacher. But it would be probably better if I, finished my graduate education before because more than likely a lot of people start off as English teachers there in Japan and then they end up leaving education because your your salary is going to be limited if you only teach English there. So most people go off and find another hustle that keeps them working in Japan. Um, Creature says, "Don't worry about me, bro. I hang around." Tabiso Lahasa. First of all, how are you doing, Tabiso? Tabiso asks, "Is Sun Tzu Western?" No, that's clear. That's Eastern philosophy. Sun Tzu wrote The Art of War, which was like required reading in for people in receiving a formal education in dynastic China. Uh, in communist China, I'm not sure if it was a required reading. I think it was still probably required reading, but in dynastic China, don't or imperial China, whichever you want to call it, it was a required reading, like Art of War and Confucius. Those were expected of students to memorize, learned men, and yeah, that would be categorically Eastern philosophy and martial philosophy as well. Sarah says I'm also retired Marine Corps. That's what's up. Always, always great to talk to my fellow jarheads. I'm I was prior service Army, so I worked alongside some Marines when I was still in the service. Great folks. Creature Up says I just like his perspectives and whimsy. It's very entertaining. Thanks. The the very reason I started this channel was literally what you said. Like a friend of mine, he watches this as well sometimes, especially when I do it in the evening. Um, he literally told me I should start a YouTube channel because he was saying the stuff you say is entertaining. And I was like, but I'm not trying to be entertaining. He's I know that's what makes it even better. So he convinced me to start this, and that's why I do it because some people actually find what I say entertaining, which is flattering. Oh, good one, Sarah. Sarah, they'll point out Marcus Aurelius, who is one of the founders of Stoicism. I don't have strong thoughts on him or Stoicism in general. What I will say is, I hate how Stoicism is being misinterpreted nowadays. Like right now, I think a bunch of self-help gurus are trying to preach their McDonald's version of Stoicism, which has really nothing to do with the original thinkers on Stoicism, who a lot of them actually took some of their thinking from from Socrates and Plato and further developed it into what became Stoicism. But he's someone I need to read more of. I do have some literature here with his writings, and I have a huge backlog of books to read. Because I read because I'm a bit nerdy. I will read. I like reading textbooks for fun. So a lot of my textbooks, like all the textbooks for my major, for my three majors, if believe it or not, I've kept as references, but I also like to read them out of just sheer entertainment. Like I remember I was in DC on the subway and I was reading I think I was reading Descartes actually, his first meditations on philosophy, and this lady came up to me and she was like, are you reading that? She's like, are you reading that for like school or just for fun? I was like, well, technically, this is a book. I said, this is a book I was reading for school. And she's like, oh, she's like, you would have had, she's like, it'd have been so much cool if you were just reading it for fun. But I was actually reading it for fun. Like, I didn't tell her that the course that I had the book for was already over. I was just reading it for my own edification. Um, but I had no reason to tell a stranger like that, I was reading something for fun. That also happened again with another book. I was reading a philosophy book from Ludwig Wittgenstein, like I said, who's one of my favorite philosophers, and I think one of the greatest philosophers who've ever lived. He's sorry, not reviled. He's exalted on both the analytic and continental side for different reasons, but he's considered one of the greatest philosophers, both by analytic philosophers and continental philosophers. And I was reading one of his books. I believe I was reading or rereading either philosophical investigations or the book that was written after his death posthumously. I mean, was published posthumously after his death, the Blue and Brown books. And it was just a random, it's actually a random like Indian guy who was working at the gas station close to where I live, and he saw me. You know, I had the book in my hand when I came to the to his checkout. He's like, "You're reading Wittgenstein?" I was like, "Yeah, that's what you know about Wittgenstein." He said, "Oh, I had to." He said, "Oh, I had to read him for a class too." I was like, "Oh shit, that's cool." That he instantly became like a someone I like, just the fact that he read Wittgenstein, because I wouldn't have thought. Let's be honest, it's not too many people who aren't white when you take philosophy in at school. Like, you stand out if you're like a person of color. Like, I was, as far as I know, I was the only black person who graduated in my philosophy department, in my yeah, my philosophy department. And there was one other black person who graduated with me, who was a black woman at the time. But none of the people who took philosophy, they either took it as a minor or they didn't finish the the program. But I was the only one that I remember taking it. So you're not going to see too many people of color in this. So I was instantly impressed that, you know, this guy had read Wittgenstein for a class. Much less, you know, he's working at a gas station and he can instantly recognize the book that I'm reading. Like, how often does that occur, that you will go to a gas station and someone can identify a very a very obscure book. So Sarah says the Art of War was required reading in the Marine Corps as well. Really? I didn't know that. So I need to reread it, because the first time I read it, Sarah, I kind of just skimmed through it, because it's not, you know, it's not like something you can read through like a novel. It's mostly like a bunch of aphorisms and homilies. So it's like I I should kind of read through it again, like more in a do a slower read of it to get more out of it, because the last time I read it, I just kind of skimmed through it, so I really didn't get much out of it, because it just seemed like it was mostly a bunch of aphoristic writings. But yeah, I want to read that. I just told the other guy I'm gonna add the Book of Five Rings to it, to my reading list as well. I mean, well, my library list, because it might be something I might actually buy. And there's another martial arts book I can't remember that I probably should add. But there's a Eastern philosophy book that I did read back in the day called the Tao Te Ching, which is, I think, supposedly either written by Lao Tzu or written by his disciple, um, Shang Cheng Tzu. And again, I don't even know if Lao Tzu actually existed, but I think his disciple actually existed, and he might actually be the one who started the tradition of Taoism. Sorry guys, I gotta get water. I ran 15K earlier in the heat, so I'm still kind of dehydrated. Um, but yeah, so I'm glad someone pointed out some non-Western philosophers for me, because like I said, I really don't know of very many. So like I said, Bonnie brought up Al-Kindi and Razi. Have I read William Sherman? You talking about the you talking about the general? He I'm not familiar with what he wrote. Um, what what did he like write about? Was it was it about like military strategy or history? Oh, okay. I'm guessing the Sherman tanks are named after him too. But yeah, I haven't read about him. Like I said, I haven't really read on like stuff dealing with like military history or anything like that too much. Um, I read something about military history, but I can't remember. Sometimes like a lot of that stuff kind of blends in together, because there was a period where I wasn't watching TV at all, so I was reading maybe like a couple of hundred books per year. um, and a lot of those books kind of blend together. But I know I read something on some military history, but it wasn't by General Sherman. It was something else. I think it was just like like maybe like a over like a overlook on like World War II history or something like that. Then I read an entire book on the entire British line of royalty. That was pretty interesting. And it took it all the way back to like the early like chieftains, like the early chieftains of the British Isles and the Roman rulers and all that sort of stuff. That was pretty interesting. But I can't think of any particular military books that I have on my list to read right now. If I think of them, I'll probably add them. I know you said some of that stuff was required reading for you. So he was a great general and philosophical, in my opinion. Probably so. Then who was the general who pretty much was like the commander of all the Pacific Arena after the end of World War II? Like he was pretty much like the de facto leader of the Pacific Rim at the time. And the funny thing was a lot of the even though the Japanese were conquered, they actually held him in high esteem. General I can't remember. It wasn't Sherman. It was I don't think it was I can't remember, but whoever like after World War II, like he pretty much had he led the Pacific Command and pretty much was the de facto leader of the Pacific Rim in the aftermath of World War II. I know he was well admired by even the locals who were who like Imperial Japan, like the people of Japan admire him just because he was a fair leader. Like he didn't let them be you know he didn't let them be mistreated by Americans. And so go get it. This time is banned. McCarthy, no, McCarthy was not. McCarthy was never a general, and he was neither. Not only that, he was not a good thinker. It's because McCarthy came against the military is what brought an end to McCarthyism back in the in the early '60s. You talking about Senator Joseph McCarthy? He started talking. He started this whole Red Scare that pretty much anyone who you didn't like their views on things that they must be a secret communist and to destroy people's lives, reputations, careers, everything. But then when he tried to accuse the army of being communist, that's when they was like, no, sir, no, you are not coming after the army and calling them communists. He said these are war heroes, and I know these generals. You are not a friend of mine. And that's what caused the demise of McCarthyism and cost him his career in the Senate. He was never in the military. He was an asshole. What did I do when I was younger? Went to college. Was in the army. I worked. That was pretty much it. Patton. Um, was it Patton? Let me look it up, guys. Sorry. Um, I don't think it was Patton either. Who took command of the Pacific after World War II? No, so it said Admiral Chester Nimitz, but that's not who I'm talking about. He's another great leader, but that's not. What what was my Army MOS? 31 Lima, which was like cable and telephone installation and maintenance. We were basically the Verizon or Comcast cable of the Army, at least on the at least on the domestic side. On the tactical side, we had to run cable in the in the battlefield, and had to decrypt and encrypt signals for like basic signal intelligence. So no, Douglas MacArthur. That's what I'm thinking about. General Douglas MacArthur, not Patton. General Douglas MacArthur. He took command of Japan after World War II when he was appointed supreme commander of the Allied powers by President Truman in 1945, following Japan's surrender. And he led the Allied occupation of Japan from 1945 to 1952. And that's just important to think about because we just celebrated D-Day, the 80th, the 80th, the 80th memorial of D-Day, a few days ago, which was the landing on the beaches of Normandy, which turned the tides of World War II. Did I ever deploy? So I was deploying, like, but I ended up being sent back because I have a strict medical diet for PKU. So I was told I had to be because I had to be on a medical diet. I was unfit to be in the field. So they kept me stateside, and I ended up the the funny thing is when I came back, I went back to uh, Walter Reed Army Hospital there because I was going to get my second MOS as a psychological assistant. But they ended up being mobilized for deployment too, so there was no one there to give the medical review board the paperwork that I needed to show them that I was still fit for duty. So they ended up just giving me a medical discharge anyway. So no, it wasn't Admiral Benson, sir. So the person it was General Douglas MacArthur. That's who I was thinking about. He became the supreme Allied commander of the Pacific and basically was the de facto leader of Japan right after World War II for like from 1945 to 1952. And he had final authority to make all decisions. So he was the supreme commander. But the Japanese actually loved him. They said he was a very fair leader. So give me a second, guys. I'm talking to Mrs. Contrarian here, the lovely wife. Uh, Michael is gone. And I don't know why you need my throat, sir. You can just ask your mother. I use hers all the time. They call her the throat goat. Do I still get any benefits? Not really. I mean, it's not like I retired. I just ended my term of service through the medical discharge. I mean, I'm still, I still have access to like a VA home loan and all that sort of stuff. But since I plan on owning a home overseas, well, since I have a home overseas, I don't really plan on using it unless I can get one here and set it up as an investment property. So that's always an option. Um, that I could get a home here in the States through the VA home loan and then use it as an investment property. So that's something. But um, since I spent my last years in the reserves, I didn't have enough time out accrued. I don't think that I could like go to like the VA hospital and stuff like that. sorry I had to deal with the troll guy. Like I don't know why young here's the thing. I don't know, and no offense to people who are, millennials or Gen Z, because all of you guys are cool. But I don't know why younger people try to roast Gen Xers. They don't realize we are the masters of roasting people. Like we insulted each other for fun or just when we had nothing else to do. We had contests roasting each other. And you think you're gonna come here and try to do a little snipe online and think it's gonna go unanswered? I would have that man ready to fight me if I wanted to. But anyway, sorry, I just had to reconnect the stream here, guys. I lost connection, so hopefully everyone's still here with me. Bonnie says, I forgot what a hard McCarthy was. My grandpa would be upset. He was a vet of World War II. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think maybe you were confusing McCarthy with MacArthur. That might, I think that was probably, you were probably confusing McCarthy with MacArthur because they are completely different people. And McCarthy, what they're saying, nowadays they're saying what we're going through is a modern day McCarthyism, right? But yeah, he was an absolute asshole. Like, he destroyed people's lives and reputations. Some people ended up ending their lives to not deal with the fallout of being labeled a communist back then. It was really bad. Like it was very bad. And just through pure hearsay, like if people had it out for you, they could just label you a communist. If you had any sort of like alternative lifestyle or way of thinking, you could be labeled a communist. Like I said, his downfall was when he tried to come after the U.S. Army, and they just wasn't having it. That was when he took it too far. Don't fuck with the army. Sarah says, so thoughts on Thomas Schillender? From what I've researched, he was an amazing philosopher. I haven't heard of him. Brian says, yeah, mama jokes was our pastime. Right. Let me look that up. I don't know who Thomas Schillender is. That sounds like, and like I said, if for some philosophers I won't know if they come from a continental background, because my background is in analytic philosophy. Oh, no problem, Sarah. Is this do you mean Schlesinger? Is that who you maybe you meant Thomas Schlesinger? No, I'm sorry, Thomas Schelling, right? Thomas Schelling says he's an economist and professor. So some of these people, like I said, I don't they may be great thinkers within their field, but I don't consider it philosophy proper. What I consider philosophy proper are people who worked in actual um like actual areas of philosophy, working on specific philosophy problems. So there's a bunch of huge areas of philosophy today. So obviously you have metaphysics, right? And when I say metaphysics, I don't mean in the supernatural sense. Metaphysics just is basically like just an explanation of the nature of reality, whether you're talking about from the scientific point or from a conceptual point or from an extra scientific point, but not just extra scientific, all of that stuff. Then you have epistemology, which is the study of like um, beliefs, knowledge, and rationality. Uh, then you have, excuse me, then you have logic, of course, which is the backbone of analytic philosophy, which is mostly like mathematical logic, as well as, but as well as informal logic as well. And then you have ethics, of course, which is a huge part of philosophy. That's normally considered what we call soft philosophy. Logic and epistemology and metaphysics are the hard philosophy. Um, ethics, and then you have like stuff like um, aesthetics and stuff like that, and philosophy of art and philosophy of literature. Again, the stuff that might be considered soft philosophy. And you have other things like philosophy of language and philosophy of science, which kind of cross into epistemology and metaphysics. So those are probably the main fields of work when we're talking about people who are philosophers. They do work within those those areas of philosophy, but some of them have dabbled in many other fields as well. Like a lot of the early analytic philosophers were also mathematicians. Most of them were, and a lot of them were also scientists. There wasn't a sharp delineation between philosophy and science at the time, which was called natural philosophy, up until like the mid 20th, early to mid 20th century. But I think, but yeah, Sarah, I think you were, so I think you were talking, no, so not Schelling, Schleider. Let me look that up. But offhand, yeah, I don't know who that is. Uh, looking at how you spelled it, it's hard typing on these phones. German during World War II. You're not. What's up, Max? You're not talking about the guy who rescued all the Jewish people. Is that who you're referring to? Oh, Schindler's. That's what you mean, Schindler's List. Like, not Schleider, Schindler. Um, I mean, I love that movie. It's one of the best movies I've ever seen. It's funny that on Jerry Seinfeld, he went to the movie just to make out with his girlfriend, and so the family found out and they were ashamed of him. Pianist was also good too. I watched that. Um, I haven't thought of him as a philosopher though. I mean, he was basically he was an industrialist of the time. I didn't think of him as a philosopher. Oscar Schindler. That's not yeah, that's his name, not Thomas Schindler. It's Oscar Schindler. Um, he was an important industrialist, and I guess you could say he was a humanitarian because he saved over 1,200 Jews, right? Um, but I wouldn't say he was a philosopher. Um, that movie really, the end of that movie really tugged at your heartstrings because you went from him being this guy who only cared about making money and didn't really care about the Nazi party either, to be honest. Like he just was part of the Nazi party because he had to be, but he didn't care particularly about the Jews who were working for him. He just saw them as cheap labor, but he came to see them as humans, right? And at the end, it was when he broke down in front of them and said, "I could have done more. I could have saved more of you." And they was like, "No, like we're all here because of you." That was a really moving point in that movie. So it deserved it deserved all the Oscars. Excuse me, I need more water. But yeah, I wouldn't consider that philosophy or consider him a philosopher. I would consider him a great person, though, obviously. But that's not really germane to philosophy. No pun intended. But so yeah, so let me get into some of these other folks that I mentioned. And Max, I haven't heard of The Island in Bird Street. I have seen The Pianist though, and there's a few. There was one with Craig Daniels when he played a Jewish guy when they fought. They saved these all these Jewish folks. They were he and his brother fought against the Nazis, and it was funny because at the time they was like the Germans and everyone else considered the Jews too soft to fight back, but you had this guy who's like, the guy who plays James Bond, right? Craig Daniel, and his brother fighting against these Nazis, and they're going hard against them. That was a good movie. I can't remember the name of it, but anyone who can remember the name of that movie where Craig Daniel fights this, uh, uh plays this Jewish character, he and his brother lead these Jewish villages and to fight against the Nazi soldiers and saves them. That was a good movie. Defiance, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's it. Defiance was good. I haven't seen that in a long time, but that's pretty good. Catching up on some stuff, guys. But all right, so someone brought up Karl Marx, and I said why I was going to kind of get into why I don't think he's a great philosopher. First of all, I think I do want to read his book. Well, the first one, not the second one. That's Capital, but the first book, because it is a classic. And he's one of those people in the early 19th, I mean, in the late 19th, early of 20th century, who basically changed the world, whether we actually think that what he said was right. Like, it was like people like Charles Darwin, Sigmund Freud, Albert Einstein, Karl Marx, and these people are important not necessarily for the fact that that what they what they talked about was correct, but that their thought changed the world in the areas in which they were important. Karl Marx was definitely one of them. I think he changed how we thought about economics and thought about social social inequality and all this sorts of things. I don't necessarily think he was correct, but he was definitely important in that role. So you can definitely list him within. Since I gave the 15 greatest philosophers in my tradition, if you wanted to add him as part of being the non-analytic tradition, he would definitely be one of them. Again, I don't agree with him because I don't I, I don't consider him one of the greatest philosophers just because I think he sacrificed good arguments sometimes just to put together certain points that he wanted to make. So I think he was sometimes intentionally sacrifice a good argument in place of um in place of you know rhetoric. So yep, Daniel Craig and Lee Schreiber. Yep. Bonnie says my grandfather has some stories about the Purple Gang in Detroit during Prohibition. Jewish folks can defend themselves. Oh yeah, definitely. So I made this point. It was either yesterday or the other day where I was saying that a lot of people nowadays who are considered white weren't considered white in early America. So oftentimes they had to get it out the mud, and sometimes that meant through organized crime. And a lot of the people who were involved in organized crime were people who were shut out of mainstream society, and that sorry, let me delete this troll here. But in any case, they you know people who like the Irish, the Italians, Jewish people. people who came from like Southern Europe, like Greeks and Turks and stuff like that. All these people are involved in organized crime because there wasn't many places they could go in mainstream society where they could earn an honest buck outside of like having some little mom and pop store. Um, and so yeah, a lot of these Jewish folks were tough. Some of them formed the structure of the early mafia. Like we know of the one guy, what's his name, who was like best friends with Lucky Luciano, who secretly ran his own thing within the mafia. And even though Costa Nostra was supposed to be pure Sicilian, and so he kind of got pushed out, like he was like one of the founders of it. He and Lucky and all those other guys. And then there were others like the uh, the uh, the what do they call themselves, Murder Inc. or whatever. They were a bunch of Jewish hitmen from Brooklyn. So yeah, they could definitely defend themselves. Max Allen said, "What's the most useful skill you learn from psychology?" um, couple of things. I mean, let me list them, then I can try to think which. Offhand, I would say like just critical thinking about science, like being able to evaluate scientific claims or claims that that are sometimes offered to be science, like knowing how to look at evidence, like both evidence for something and counter evidence against it, and be able to ascertain whether it merits believing certain claims or not. I think that was probably the most important aspect I learned in psychology. Then also just knowing a lot of information about human behavior and how people actually think and behave is very useful. And then also knowing how to read scientific journals is pretty important. Most people are always confused about what they see about scientific reports on the news because they don't know how to evaluate information that they hear in that comes on the evening news, on the TV news. Like they hear brand new study says that such and such X does this and does that, and then a week later they hear something that says that actually doesn't do that. This does. And people are confused. They're like, well, I don't know what to believe. These scientists are always saying this and science saying that. None of it meant. And I was like, that's because you guys don't know how to evaluate scientific studies, nor do the nor do the journalists who are reporting this stuff. But if you know how to read research reports, then you know when something is good science or not. So those are the three things I think are really important. Knowing how to critically think about science and psychological science in particular. Um, Knowing a lot of information about human behavior and how we think, and knowing how to read and evaluate research reports. I think that's the most important things I got out of psychology. GJC said, "What's on your Mount Rushmore philosophers?" Oh, okay, so I gave this earlier, GJC, but I don't think you were here. So on my Mount Rushmore of philosophers, number one is Plato, because like the analytic philosopher Alfred North Whitehead once said, he said all of the tradition of Western European philosophy could be considered a mere footnote to Plato, which is true because just about every topic of discussion in philosophy today has been discussed at one point, either directly or indirectly, in Plato's writings. So Plato would be number one. He gives us the foundation of Western civilization itself through he and his teacher Socrates, obviously. But we don't know how much of Plato's writings were Socrates and how much of it was himself. More than likely, the earlier stuff was more Socrates and the later stuff was more Plato. But Plato's who is the one who put it all together. He founded the first university ever. The academy, the academy, Plato's academy rather. He, like I said, he gave us the start of Western civilization as we know it today. So he's gonna, arguably, he's number one. Um, Next on my Mount Rushmore um, Ludwig Wittgenstein. So I talked about this earlier. Ludwig Wittgenstein was so brilliant. This man wrote his dissertation on his philosophy doctorate while fighting in the trenches of World War One, when he enlisted as an Austrian officer. Well, he signed up as an Austrian officer, and when he sent it back to Cambridge University, his his um, his faculty and advisor Bertrand Russell, who's also one of the greatest philosophers, automatically, you know, they, he didn't. Wittgenstein didn't have to come back to Cambridge and do a defense of his dissertation. He was automatically awarded a doctorate on it, and the book and the dissertation was so important that they published it under the title Philosophicus Logicus Tractatus, or the Treatise on Logical Philosophy, and it became one of the most important books to be read in analytic philosophy. It is sort of considered the Bible of analytic philosophy today. He also invented logical truth tables, which are important in both logic and information science. Um, he thought that he answered all the questions in philosophy, so he ended up just quitting and becoming a school teacher in Vienna. Nice factoid is he and Hitler both went to the same private school, which is funny, by the way, because Wittgenstein is Jewish and he was gay. Two things that Hitler would have hated very much so, but Wittgenstein was a Jewish gay guy. And they both went to the same boarding school while living in Austria. So anyway, he when he gave up teaching, doing philosophy, but he actually had a few colleagues come up to him and say, well, actually, we got a few more problems in philosophy we were thinking about that you didn't really touch on in your book. And so he looked at that, and he wrote a second book that became the second most well-known book in analytic philosophy, which became a required reading for everyone, which was called Philosophical Investigation. So he wrote not one but two books that became the Bibles of analytic philosophy. Like, it was sort of like the Tractatus was like the Old Testament, and the Philosophical Investigations was like the New Testament. That's how important he was. Excuse me. Next on my Mount Rushmore philosophers, Willard Van Orman Quine, or W.V.L. Quine. He was the guy who started off as a logical positivist. This was a school of philosophy and analytic tradition that basically said that metaphysics was bullshit, and that any philosophy or any sort of claim whatsoever that can't be verifiable in some way within the terms of the claim is by itself meaningless. That tradition didn't last, but he went from that to radical empiricism. He changed the trajectory of analytic philosophies so much that, like, he proved that almost anything you do, like, when it comes to knowledge, has to be empirical. So the whole divide between can something be known through can knowledge be had through experience or through just pure reason alone, he kind of defeated that. Said no, just about everything is revisable in the light of experience, except he went too far in what's called the Quine-Duhem thesis. His partner at the time, Duhem, disagreed with him and said didn't agree with logic and mathematics being revisable in light of experience. So the more moderate version is called the Quine-Duhem thesis, which is that all all claims outside of logic and mathematics are revisable in the light of experience. And he shot down a lot of, and he also shot down a lot of things that people commonly believe in, like propositions and meanings and sentences, all sorts of stuff. But he was really important. He died in like 2000. I believe it was 2000 or 1999. I think it was 2000. So I never got to meet him when I started philosophy, even though he was really important at the time. And his work also led into stuff they do in computer science, um, because he did work in logic and mathematics like many analytic philosophers. So he's definitely on the list. And also, the next person would be Jerry Fodor. Jerry Fodor is one of the founders of cognitive science. He was trained as a philosopher, but he had a huge background in science as well. But it's funny, he was kind of modest. He downplayed how much background he had in science and just played up his philosophy accolades. But he basically gave us a way of taking the work from Alan Turing and others and gave us a way of describing how the mind actually works, and even what thoughts were, and not just thoughts, but all intentional mental states. He said that thoughts and and so forth are all basically sentences encoded in the brain, and that these sentences encoded in the brain are defined over computational like processes, which basically says the mind is like a computer, and these thoughts in it read like like basically like first order logic language, which could be like described on a Turing tape for people who know that sort of stuff. But he's really important in the field. He died a few years ago as well. And then the last guy I will put in that Mount Rushmore is Saul Kripke. Saul Kripke was so smart that he was doing calculus when he was a little kid. He even bragged that if someone didn't already invent calculus, he would have invented it himself. And he might not have been wrong. I don't know. He also, because Wittgenstein was such a hard philosopher sometimes for some people to interpret what he was saying, because he would write in an aphoristic style. Um, he gave his own interpretation of Wittgenstein, which became well known in itself, called Kripkenstein, which was like his interpretation of what Wittgenstein's writings were. He also gave us he further developed formal logic as far as modal logic, talking about like logic dealing with uh possibility, possibilities and conceivability and necessity. Like that's considered modal logic. He further developed that. He's really important. Like people think he may have been more smarter than Wittgenstein himself. So those are the people on my Mount Rushmore philosophers. And yeah, you're right. I was talking about Meyer Lansky. That's who I was trying to think about. Meyer Lansky, and then the other Jewish guy who fixed the World Series back in the day, who became like a mentor to Lucky Luciano. Like these guys were the bee's knees of organized crime and stuff like that back in the day. And like, yeah, Bugsy Siegel, of course. Yep, was credited with developing Las Vegas. Yeah, like I said, a lot of them were in the organized. They were in the early stages of the mafia and worked within Costa Nostra themselves, and were bosses in the Costa Nostra, even though it was supposed to be purely folks of Sicilian, you know, heritage. And then, like I said, there's the guys who formed Murder Incorporated, which were a bunch of uh, Jewish guys from Brooklyn who were hitmen. Sarah says Immanuel Kant thoughts. Well, I definitely put him in my greatest philosophers. He's not on my Mount Rushmore of philosophers, but he's definitely one of the greatest. Sarah. He took a lot of the stuff that Hume and that David Hume had talked about, and John Locke and Rene Descartes, and he further developed it. Like he was one of the first people to give us um well, he wasn't the first. I would say Plato was the first, but Kant was like in the modern philosophy tradition one of the first to give us thinking on how we can have knowledge through just pure reason alone, or what he called the synthetic a priori. Synthetic meaning um, a claim that can be true beyond just the virtue of the terms being used itself, like, which is what we consider an analytic claim. So an analytic claim, a common pet sentence of philosophers for analytic truth is a bachelor is a unmarried adult male. That's an analytic truth. Like, it's just true by virtue of the meaning of the term being used. But a synthetic truth would be one that is true by not true by the means of the terms themselves. And then a priori, meaning something that can be known without knowledge, whereas a posteriori or empirical means something that's known through experience. And so, Immanuel Kant talked about that. Then he gave us his huge book, The Critique of Pure Reason, which I have not read it yet because it's about 1,000 pages long, and it's not an easy read at all. He does not make it easy. He also did a few other books like the critique of he did a follow-up to his critique of pure reason, which was the critique of practical reason, which veered more into like moral thinking and stuff like that. He actually also did work on what he considered anthropology at the time, but it was came off very racist and not very scientifically grounded. But it was like the start of like anthropology as they understood it back then. But again, it wasn't very scientific and pretty racist. Then he also gave us obviously the important ethical theory of categorical imperative of the Kantian and ethical theory, which is a sort of deontological theory. Deontological theory is just a fancy way of saying that it's a it's a theory of ethics based on how you should act, based on consequences. That's what deontological theory is. And the favorite example of his was the categorical imperative. And he had to keep reworking the categorical imperative because every way he worded it, it was always someone who found a counter to it. But the gist of it was that can you can this thing, if it's moral, can it be done that if everyone did it, that it would still be able to be done without contradicting itself, which is so he thought you could use that to counter like why being dishonest wouldn't work, because if everyone was dishonest then no one would trust each other, which would mean that being dishonest wouldn't work as a categorical imperative. So he was very important in that vein. And like I said, I can't understate some of the stuff he did. He did some work in logic as well, of course, and in science, because like I said, almost every early philosopher at the time dabbled in like math and science. But he's not one of my favorites, but like he's definitely one of my 15 greatest, definitely. Max Helen says I like Marcus Aurelius stuff. Yeah, so I have some writings on him. I haven't really delved into him, but of course, like he's important to people who like Stoicism. My problem with that, Max, is just that I think Stoicism has become the new, the new fad amongst business-minded people and self-help gurus who want to give you a McDonald's version of Stoicism, because the sort of Stoicism they talk about that you might hear some little douchebag talking about on a TED talk, or coming to like some little um, business conference, they really don't understand Stoicism as it was known back in ancient Rome and ancient Greece. Like they're giving you like the McDonald's version of it. So um, Max Allen says the Turing test is pretty interesting. The problem with the Turing test is it never really worked. The Turing test was supposed to be um, the Turing test was supposed to be, can this computer if I'm like in a conversation with artificial intelligence or computer program, would it be so that I would not be able to tell that whether I'm talking to a person or whether I'm talking to a machine? That never really worked out. I mean, because I mean, even in the 90s, you had those little AI bots that you could get on like, on AOL Instant Messenger or stuff like that that could pretty much act like a de facto Turing machine, and it really didn't work as it really didn't work to be used as the as a defining like what would be a human, but it was very much so in the behaviorist tradition of early psychology at the time of early 20th century philosophy was I mean psychology, sorry, was mostly under the research program of behaviorism. So psychology became science qua science and not just philosophy back in the late 19th century, early 20th century when the behaviorist tradition started with like James Watson and all these other folks um, who who who's also a founder of American pragmatism, which is an American philosophy school of thought. But they thought that the only way to do psychology scientifically is that we have to study people's behaviors, that we can't directly study people's mental processes. Now we kind of changed that. That's why we're now in a cognitivism era of scientific psychology. But back then, it was thought that you could only scientifically discover behaviors, and there was some radical behaviors that came out of that school, both in philosophy and psychology, that went on to say not only can you only study behavior scientifically, but that's the only thing that there is. There aren't underlying mental structures or behaviors. I mean, mental processes or mental structures or anything underlying human behavior. Human behavior is all there is. Obviously, a lot of people didn't agree with that, and it got defeated, especially with B.F. Skinner. This is what started cognitive science was when Noam Chomsky did a scathing review of B.F. Skinner's book on verbal behavior, and he showed how it just doesn't work for how humans actually learn language. Noam Chomsky pretty much through just rationalistic psychology or just knowledge through pure reason showed that language is innate and that we all have some sort of universal grammar more or less that becomes language relative to all of our cultures and so forth. Kind of complicated, but Noam Chomsky became the Einstein of modern linguistics and one of the founders of cognitive science because of that. He, along with Jerry Fodor, who gave us how minds would gave us a rough sketch of how basically the mind actually works, although there's still more to be sketched out, but he gave us basically the computational representational theory of mind. So uh Bonnie said I had the opportunity to read some of Karl Marx's letters. He thought working was too ignorant to function without an intellectual guiding them. He was arrogant and sinister. He was definitely arrogant and sinister, especially when you realize that he didn't really preach socialism and communism in his own private life. He was quite a snob. he was he was quite the snob in his private life and privileged, and he relied on his partner to sometimes subsidize his lifestyle. I forgot the co-writer with him, but like I said, he was one of the most important thinkers of the time. I'm definitely going to give him that. But do I think he was a good philosopher? No, I don't think his arguments were I don't think his arguments were compelling. Um, but at the time, like it definitely shook up how we thought about you know like the class struggle and economics and social political issues, stuff like that, and it still does. But I don't really find him a good philosopher. I just think he was very thought provoking. GJC says Andrew Tate thinks he's a modern day philosopher. Does he? I think he's just black pill. Like I think he. So when I say black pill, that's the distinguisher between red pill and blue pill. Like black pill people are sort of like just, I don't know if you can say they're just fatalistic or cynical, but like they kind of agree with a lot of the things that the red pill say, but they are just they're just done with it. Like they're just like either they're just fatalistic and just think it's not even worth trying anymore, or they're cynical and will just try to take advantage of other people. And I think Tate does that. Like he gives the right diagnosis to all the problems, the same along with a lot of people in the red pill spaces do. But I think it's his prognosis which is very problematic. So he's definitely not a philosopher, um, any more than Ayn Rand is. And yes, I said it. One of the few things that both people in the analytic and there's very few things that both people in the analytic tradition and the continental tradition agree on, but both traditions agree that Ayn Rand is a pseudo philosopher. Bonnie says, continued Karl Marx. I was surprised to learn he wrote letters to Lincoln. I never thought. Like, yeah, I guess they were contemporaries of each other. I didn't even think of that. But yeah, I guess they were contemporaries. But again, Karl Marx was high up in his social class, so that's so I could see that he might have access to an American president at the time. But again, like I said, his private life is completely counter to what he preaches because he was a snob in his own private life. Dude, he was a like he might as he might as well have been Niles from Frasier. Like seriously, like the dude was a snob. Like it's crazy. Tim said, "Where do you go to college?" I went to University of Maryland for my undergrad. Luke Lacey says, "God is good. Just the contrarian is live." Thanks, Luke. Tim says you should change your username to the Yapper because all you do is yap. That's what live stream. That's what this is. I mean, but you see, I'm responding to all the folks here. I mean, if you're not interested, I mean, you can definitely leave, Tim. But that's generally what we're doing. And I'm like I said, all the thing I'm talking about here, I'm responding to comments, but I'm not just like talking out into the ether. I'm like just giving like full responses to what people say or ask me. Luke says, who had more of an impact on American culture, P. Diddy or Don Cheadle? Hmm? I don't know if that's a joke against me, but because I know people always say I look like Don Cheadle, which I don't think I do. I definitely don't think like I look like P. Diddy, but that's kind of irrelevant to the topic. But I would say Diddy just because he's a music mogul. Like he could shut people out of the music industry if he wanted to blacklist them, which is one of the reasons people thought that Cassie stayed with him so long. Um, was because she knew he could shut her out of the music industry. There's been other people like if you felt if he blacklisted you, you were done. Like some of the members of the infamous The Band no longer are relevant anymore because he blacklisted them. Um, so I guess it would be P Diddy because, like I said, as a music mogul, he could pretty much end. He could either like start or end your career in the music industry. So I don't think Don Cheadle has that sort of influence within acting. Yeah, sir. I don't know if he's joking or not, but whatever. Like, Bonnie says, wasn't Chomsky the one that pointed out that we can't communicate with each other universally? No, 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 no. you might be confused. So t- Chomsky has a bunch of thoughts on linguistics, and linguistics, some linguists disagree with him on a lot of stuff. But he's basically the founder of scientific linguistics, and like I said, he's considered one of the gods of cognitive science, and he's the Albert Einstein within that field because a lot of his work crosses between philosophy because he was also trained in academic philosophy too. So he can put on his analytic philosophy cap whenever he wants. But no, so when he took down B.F. Skinner, verbal, his book on verbal behavior, that was sort of like the death knell of behaviorism as a research program in psychology. He he just didn't believe that through stimuli like through just stimuli and responses people could actually learn a human language. He said that's just not how it works. He said there had to be some sort of underlying innate structure to language itself for us to pick it up so easily no matter where we were in the world. He went on to, he went so far to say that you could just put a child in front of a TV like an infant, and if they had no contact with actual humans, they would still pick up human language, just because they have an innate mechanism for learning languages. And as long as they heard someone speaking language, which they could get through watching TV, they would learn how to speak fluent language in whatever culture they're watching these TV programs. Most people think that might have been a bit too far, but yeah, he believed we had uh, what what we call in linguistics a LAD, or a language acquisition device, which is an innate mental structure that would allow us to pick up human language. He also believed that despite all the different languages in the world, that they all have an underlying universal grammar, which is also something innate, and that it's just expressed differently amongst different cultures through different syntax and phonology and morphology and stuff like that, right? So, but no, he definitely believed in that there was an underlying universal grammar, and then he went on to describe that syntax could be defined between a deep structure and a surface structure, and that the deep structure is the underlying like syntax of pretty much all languages. The deep structure and the surface structure is what we actually perform. He talked about the difference between the of competence of speaking a language and the I forgot everything there's, but like there's a difference between like how well you actually utilize language, or the competence compared to what you actually know, like innately or whatever. He talked about a lot of that stuff, and like I said, a lot of the specific stuff. Some linguists disagree with him on. So much so that his specific thought now is just called Chomskyan linguistics. But there are many people who disagree with him. There's an older and rival view of linguistics that comes from structuralism. I don't know too much about that to explain it, but structuralism was like a rival to Chomsky's view of linguistics. Um, but it gets into a lot of stuff there. Tim says we go way back. Do we? Okay, the real Don Cheadle's here. He say, "Hey, bro, what's up?" Wait, you kind of look like me. Not really. Did you know I'm the same age as LeBron James? I forgot how old is LeBron James now? Is he like, did he hit 40 yet? He got to be pushing it, right? Because I just remember, back watching RDC One World, and they kept making fun of LeBron. He was like, "Man, I'm 36 years old," but that was like 4 years ago. So I'm guessing he's a pushing 40 now. Luke Lacey says, I'm scared of getting blacklisted by P. Diddy. He has a lot on me. Y'all crazy. But yeah, I really don't see the connection saying that I look like Don Cheadle. I really don't think I do. Personally, I think I look much better. I'm in much better shape. Like I said, I just ran 15K earlier. That's why I'm dehydrated right now and drinking water. And I, literally run like at least 10K every day just for my own underlying fitness level before I even do like martial arts or anything like that. Matter of fact, let me see what time it is. Oh, she was 10:35. So I'm gonna get off soon. Um, Sarah says, so in regards to martial arts, what's your all-time favorite and who is the founder? So my favorite is John Fan Jeet Kune Do. You'll see it in my videos later if when you go through my videos. So my favorite martial artist John Fan Jeet Kune Do. Obviously the founder is Bruce Lee because it's named after him. That's his Cantonese name, John Fan. That was his first name in Cantonese. A lot of Chinese people who come here as immigrants have an American name and a Chinese name, and so that was his Chinese name. Um, it, John Fan Jeet Kune Do is a system that Bruce Lee developed, but his system had three different styles, but they evolved over time. It was first called the Tao of Kung Fu or just Chinese Kung Fu, which was basically it was like probably like 80% Wing Chun and 20% other Kung Fu styles. But it was basically because the only martial art he learned formally as a kid was through when he went to the Ip Man school in Hong Kong. And I don't unlike the movies that show Ip Man teaching him, that was unlikely to have happened because there was racism in China and the fact that Bruce Lee had some white ancestry. They thought it would be an embarrassment to the Grandmaster if he worked directly with Bruce, so he was usually taught by one of Ip Man's head students. Um, his because his Bruce's mother was half German, if for folks who don't know. Um, but his father was a performer in the Peking Opera. That's how he ended up having Bruce in San Francisco. He was born American because he was born in San Francisco, and I think the nurse named him Bruce, which is the name that stuck. But his actual Chinese name was John Fan, which is what name came with his martial arts. So his first art was Chinese Kung Fu, which is mostly Wing Chun, and then he further developed it. Once teaching and practicing with Americans and realizing that pure Wing Chun wouldn't be useful against people who are much stronger and bigger than him. So he started adding elements of boxing and like I was like boxing and some other styles to it. There was emphasis on he started studying the concepts of European fencing. I think particularly like the foil and something that's not discussed as well in some circles in Jeet Kune Do, but should be known as that he had a heavy emphasis on French kickboxing, savate, sometimes called the French foot fighting, or but a lot of what we do in Jean Van Jeet Kune Do is influenced by savate, where where John Fan so that was John Fan Kung Fu, which was at that time only like maybe half or so now Wing Chun. The development between John Fan Kung Fu and it becoming Jeet Kune Do was from what some other first first generation Jeet Kune Do instructors have said was when he started hard sparring. Once he started hard sparring, he could see what actually worked and what didn't, and it made him streamline the his martial art even further, and he started calling that Jeet Kune Do or the way of the intercepting fist. He believed the best defense was was not using blocks and or parries or using good head work and and stuff like that. He believed the best defense was another was another attacking the person before they could attack him. That's why he called it way of the intercepting fist. So that became John Fanchi Kondo, and sometimes they say it's been inspired rather, sorry, by 26 different martial arts styles. Most of them like kung fu styles, but then also Western stuff like boxing, fencing, savate, as well as Filipino martial arts, which some people try to deny, but undeniably he was doing Filipino martial arts in some of his movies when he was using like the kali sticks and the staff and the nunchucks. Those were all like taught to him by Guru Dan Inosanto, um, who had a background in Filipino martial arts. So there was that influence, as well as Muay Thai was an influence in early Jeet Kune Do as well. Bruce didn't really do it correctly, but he had no one really directly teaching him how to do it at the time. So he only knew what he could find through books and videos. And he even thought that they lacked footwork and stuff like that in Muay Thai. He said they were the John Sullivans of the feet. John Sullivan being a boxer of the early of the I think the 50s or something like the 50s and 60s. But he said they were the John Sullivan of the feet, which wasn't necessarily true, but that was his knowledge of Muay Thai at the time. But later, when there was a Muay Thai instructor who came to California and befriended Dan and DeSanto, Muay Thai became very more important to Jeet Kune Do and became the basis of Jeet Kune Do kickboxing, which is mostly Muay Thai mixed with other things. Sometimes we call it dirty Muay Thai. Um, so Muay Thai also is my second favorite art because to do Jeet Kune Do, you have to have a background in Muay Thai to do it. So that's my second favorite. But my first favorite is John Fan Jeet Kune Do. Luke Lacey says, "What do you know about the rise and fall of the Turks?" I think you asked me that before in a previous stream, and I really don't know much about the Turks. And I don't know if you're referring to the Ottoman Empire or you're talking about Turkish people in general. I don't know. But I don't have much information on that. Don says, "Would there be a collab with the Turks soon? Maybe a stream together?" I don't know what you guys either. I think you guys are talking about two different things. I don't know, you talking about the Young Turks now, the news people. Bonnie says, "I know that there was someone that proved that we had basically the same body gestures to communicate." Yeah, that's not dealing with what Chomsky was talking about. Basically, he showed that that like that the structures for learning a language is innate, and that all natural human language is productive and systematic. Um, Productive meaning that we can utter sentences that we have never used or ever heard before. Like I can make up something that I've never said before in the world ever or heard anyone ever say. So, all right, let me make up one. Blue plus Star Blue plus Star Wars equals Blue Wars. Completely made up sentence that I just made. It's grammatical. It's, and it's never been uttered before as far as I know. But natural human language allows me to do that. I can I can produce or generate a sentence that's never been uttered or used before. So all natural human languages are productive, and all natural human languages are systematic, meaning that it follows from certain rules that allow you to build upon each other. The common example of how human language is systematic is something we did back in like elementary school. This is the house that Jack built. This is the house. This is the house that Jack built with his sister Anne. This is the house that Jack built with his sister Anne on the hill over here, and so on and so on and so on. So that's something. Those two features are the features of all natural human language, and also of all human thought, because thought and language are intimately tied together. And like I said, Jerry's Fodor on the computational representational theory of thought is that all thoughts and internal mental state, intentional mental states are sentences that are embedded in the brain, and that those sentences are somehow are defined over computational like processes. Anyway, uh, Luke says, so you and your prime Don Cheadle ain't Just A Contrarian is the new and improved Don Cheadle. I'll take Don Cheadle's money, but and unlike Terrence Howard, he's still not complaining 20 years after after a movie saying Robert Downey Jr. He played me. I was supposed to continue the role, but he give it up, Terrence Howard. Give it up. Don Cheadle took the role. It's over with. Let's go. Eric says you're on the East Coast or West Coast? East Coast. You probably didn't hear it because I sometimes confuse you with the other Erics. But no, I'm in the Baltimore area in Maryland. He says, "So wait, you're in better shape than War Machine. Where's your armor, huh? Armor doesn't make you in better shape. That's the whole point of having armor, and that is actually something in research and development in the military. Both of those things are one is so you know at the end credits of the Hulk, Tony Stark comes up to Thunderbolt Ross and says, "You need to stop trying to work on a super soldier serum and instead think of an armored suits." But Thunderbolt Ross' pursuit of the Hulk was because he wanted a super soldier serum, something along the lines of what gave Captain America his powers, right? So, but both of those things are something that are heavily worked on in research and development within like military. Um, Either something that can make soldiers have super physical abilities, or looking at exosuits. I think exosuits is probably the way they're gonna go, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna keep trying to push how far humanly possible we can extend our own natural abilities as well. So I think those are going to continue both being in being researched and developed for decades to come. Just the Don Cheadle, nah. Luke says, "How do we end racism, not just in America, but the world too? I think we need to tip our landlords and gamble more." You don't end racism. Racism is just a variant of what's called tribalism, or what's also sometimes called in psychology in-group bias. Like it's a part of the human. It's just part of human nature that we have a we have an in-group bias. The people who are like us are part of the in-group. The people who are not are part of the out-group, and they're to be feared and hated and eliminated if possible. That's tribalism, and it's something that we've always had and always will have, and it manifests in different ways, whether it's racism or whatever. You can reduce it, but you're not going to eliminate it. You can reduce it through people having interaction with other sorts of people, more education, um, making sure that people have the resources that they need. Because when they don't have the resources that they need, that they blame the people outside of their group for those problems, and so forth. So you're not going to end tribalism, which is what racism at the end of the day is, because tribalism is just a part of human behavior, part of human nature. Eric says you look like former NBA player Andre Ingram. I haven't heard of him. Y'all funny. Noise to Music says, "How are you, good sir? Hello again from the UK. What's up, Noise to Music?" Bonnie says, "Thank you. No problem. You're welcome." Don says, "Can you upload a video researching the Turkish method and the Turks? You give Don Cheeto a shout out if you do." I don't know what you're referring to as the Turkish method and the Turks. That's You got to be more specific. Like when you said the Turks, like are you talking about current people of Turkey, like the current president, like Erdogan, whatever his name is, who's a bit of an asshole. But um, are you talking about the Turks' fight with with things they've gone on, their denial of the Armenian genocide, um, like I said, the rise and fall of the Ottoman Empire. Like, what are we talking about? Noisy Music says, have a question for you. Do you like video games or any arcade games? If so, what or is your favorites? I don't play video games anymore. I haven't since, well, I haven't had a video game console since the classic Nintendo, and I stopped playing that around 1990, 1991 when I was like 14. Um, I mean, I continued playing video games, but I didn't own a console. Like, I would go over my friend's house and play like Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, TurboGrafx 16, Neo Geo. Some of y'all forgot about those systems, right? TurboGrafx 16 and Neo Geo. And then all the other ones, N64, PlayStation, and so forth. And we went to the arcades because there were still arcades up until like the early 2000s. Like when I was in college, when we were waiting to go see our movie over at Beltway Plaza in Greenbelt, Maryland, which is like um, right outside of College Park. We would normally go to Beltway Plaza for movies, and while we were waiting for the movie to start, because we might get there like a half an hour early, or even earlier, and we would go to the arcades and play. And that was all the way up until like at least 2001, 2002. But the last place I really saw arcades was like at like Dave and Buster's, or no, I'm sorry, no, in the Philippines they still have active arcades there. Like I see arcades all the time at all the malls in the Philippines. And I didn't play any video games while I was there, but my wife and I did karaoke while we were at the arcades. But I don't have any favorites. Back in the day, my favorites on classic Nintendo was like Super Mario 2, Super Mario 3, Legend of Zelda, Double Dragon, Mike Tyson's Punch Out, um, and Rygar, Contra, Kid Icarus, Meteor Man. I mean, not Meteor Man. I'm sorry. Met, Met what's his name? Metal Man. What's that guy's name? Whatever his name is, whatever. But all of those classic Nintendo games, I used to like. I used to like a lot of those, but I don't have any favorites today. I haven't like every once in a blue moon I'll play a video game. Like the last time I went to an anime convention, they had a bunch of arcades and video games set up, and I actually went to where they had a classic Nintendo set up and was playing there. I actually met someone playing classic Contra. I showed I don't remember if I showed her or if she already knew the way to get the unlimited men on Contra when you go up up down down left right A B select start. So um, Luke Lacey says, "No way, my long lost twin. You're the heir to the throne of the Turks. Please come home." I don't know what you got. Like you guys might be thinking of talking about something else when you talk about Turks. I'm thinking you thinking about Turkey, or the country and the nation. Turks is a lifestyle we choose to live. Yeah, I don't get it. And if it's anything, he said the Turkish method. Like I said, if that's anything dealing with alternative lifestyles, I'm not. Yeah, I don't get down like that. Turkish coffee. That sounds interesting. I love coffee. Again, guys, you can buy me a coffee. That's in my link I mean, the link is in my description if you want to. Moonlit Fern says, "Who all is hope all is well." Yes, it is. Thank you, Moonlit Fern. He said PS5 is fire though, and my nephew has one. Shouldn't got one because he's failing in school, but his mother still saw fit to give him one. I would not be buying my kid anything if they're failing in school. Everything school comes before everything, but a single black mom, so that's all I'll say. Yeah, it just took me to a Reddit that said something about are there any working Turkish methods, and it brought up Samsung and stuff. I don't know. Like I said, if it's something, I don't know. I'm only friends that Neo Geo is banging. And do you guys remember Sega Dreamcast? Remember that was Sega CD? I, the only time I played those was like when you went to like GameStop and they would let you play the free setup they had up in GameStop. That's how I would play like some of those video game consoles that never became too widely bought, like Sega Dreamcast and all of those. Metroid, yeah, Metroid was a good one. Um, Akira Hatsuse says, "Yo, what's up? How was your day?" I'm good, Akira. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are on because y'all talking about some very rainbow type stuff right now. But in any case, again, this live stream was just about who was your favorite philosopher, and I listed mine, and I also listed who I thought were the greatest Western philosophers there were. Bonnie says Turkish coffee is good. Making iced coffee after it cools down is a must try. You already think, all right, don't promise me with a good time because once you said making it iced coffee, that rung my bells because that's my preferred way of drinking coffee is iced. That's the way I do it. GJC says amazing times playing in 64 Mario Kart racing and WCW versus NWO Revenge. Yeah, I'm not researching the Turkish method. I already just did a quick Google and all it took me to was talking about Samsung. But if y'all talking about gay shit, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not into that. I don't even find it remotely funny. This may be Pride Month, but for me, it's men's mental health month. That's what I care about. I'm not looking into anything gay. That doesn't play on this channel. There's plenty of YouTube channels that would people will be interested in all that rainbow coalition stuff, but I don't do that LGHD TV stuff here. All right. I think it's time for a timeout because y'all on some dumb shit. I tried to get them the benefit of the doubt, guys, but they tried to turn this you know, into some rainbow ride and stuff. And I'm not looking up something gay just for their amusement. And it like distracting away from what the conversation is supposed to be, talking about philosophy and what were people's favorite philosophers. That is something, Bonnie, that I will actually look up. That's something like that was germane to what we were talking about. And like I said, there was the thing is it was a the thing I wanted to mention about Arabic philosophers that I just forgot until you just brought that up is that it was Arabic philosophers who kept who basically kept what we know about about uh, the Western civilization, like ancient Western civilization, alive when the when Europe fell into the Dark Ages. It was the Arabic scholars and philosophers who kept alive, knowledge about you know geometry and logic and Aristotelian thoughts and all that sort of stuff. We have them to thank for keeping that knowledge alive when basically Europe fell into fighting with fighting over Conan. So excuse me. Um, GJCs, yeah, these guys were just trolling. Yeah, I mean they've been on the channel a lot, but usually they weren't on that dumb shit. Like I just timed them out, but if they come back with some dumb stuff, I'm just gonna ban them because it was just pointless. Only for instance, just made my wife iced coffee. Yeah, men's mental health is real. I'm glad the world is slowly catching up. For real, definitely. That was actually the reason I did a 15K run earlier today because I was dealing with some stuff, and the way I deal with stuff is I work out. Like running, and it's not just to be on some macho red pill type stuff, but um, the to be nerdy for a minute, if you don't mind. Running actually releases certain neurochemicals which are equivalent to what you would get in an antidepressant. So that's why I prefer to run over medicating myself because I do deal with clinical depression, but I also deal with some assholes in my life that will trigger like me to be upset about certain things. Not my wife. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about other people in my family whom I've talked about in previous live streams and in previous videos. So I chose to just have a really long run, even though it was hot as hell outside, then, deal with it in a less constructive way or want to rely on psychoactive medication. So Men's Mental Health Month is very real, something I take seriously. Um, but yeah, I make my wife iced coffee too. So she and I, when we are in the Philippines, like we both had to work at nighttime because both of our offices dealt with. Well, she doesn't now. Now she has a regular schedule, but back then both of us worked overnight because we both, worked with clients back in America, so we had to work at nighttime. And I used to make her my own little special mix of coffee. I would take some regular brewed coffee and then pour it over the instant uh, this instant white cream coffee that's very popular over there. Because I told her it had hardly any caffeine in it itself. It just tasted good. So I put that over real coffee and mixed it with some creamer and gave it to her that way because she prefers it hot. But I let her try it my iced way as well, where I would put ice in it, or I would throw it in the blender and turn it into sort of like a smoothie, like you might get at Starbucks. So that was my little way of getting her back awake. Sarah says Genghis Khan. I can't say he was a philosopher. I don't even think he written anything. He was just a pure warrior, and most East Asians are related to him because of prolific, um, his prolific bad behavior. I guess we could put it right. A lot of East Asians are related to Genghis Khan through either directly through him or through all his children that he had that also went on to conquer and lay hands with the locals. But philosopher he was not. But he was very influential in the history of Asia. Moonlit says not religious at all, but I think so much was lost in translation. GJC says my wife is really into matcha lattes, but I prefer coffee. I don't not. I try to get into matcha. I just don't like it. Maybe it might taste all right as a coffee, but I just hate matcha because like how it's just like it's just dissolved into the drink. It doesn't taste well. They even have like matcha Kit Kats over there. Like if you go to Japan, they have like 100 different flavors of Kit Kats, which are disgusting. But and they have some of them in the Philippines too because they get them directly imported from Japan. They have all those weird flavors like matcha Kit Kats and stuff like that. I can't get into it. Oh, Sarah says the phone's messed up. Sorry, no problem. She's said, so the question is, from what I've researched, it says he was widely influenced from philosophy, agree, disagree, thoughts. Oh, what that Genghis Khan was influenced from, that I don't know. I don't know much about the man beyond his conquest of most of East Asia, the Central Asian steppes, and even on to the steppes of Europe. Onto the footholds of Europe. He came so close and did his damage. Um, so I only know about his conquest. I don't really know about how much he was influenced by the Eastern philosophers at the time, or if he even knew like their writings, since he was Mongolian. I don't know if he would have spoke what would have been like medieval Mandarin at the time. So I wouldn't even know, to be honest. Bonnie says Asians moving to the United States has upped the game of iced coffee. Oh yeah, Vietnamese iced coffee is great. Like if you haven't tried that, they definitely up the game. When I go to little pho shops, I often get iced coffee. Shoot, I tell one of the folks there. I don't know if he was the owner or one of the managers. I was like, man, I was like, the food is good. I said, but this iced coffee is the best thing. He was just like, man, thank you. I was like, no, no problem. I said, this stuff is great. I might look into it. I mean, as far as I know, he might have been schooled in actual education, but he came from a warrior culture, so I'm not sure how much they prided themselves on education, on formal education. But it's probably something to look into. Let me see something. So I'm using my older phone to chat with the wife. But let me see. The iced coffee is good too. Yeah, it is. I don't understand why these virtual keyboards are designed for people who have such small fingers. Like it, there's definitely a design flaw in this, as opposed to the old hard QWERTY keyboards that people used to use. Don is back. Well, yeah, you said there's a meme about gambling, but again, I didn't see that when I Googled it, and I wasn't going into an in-depth search because you guys start talking about some gay stuff. Like I said, I'm not interested in anything gay related, any sort of jokes about gambling or whatever. Don't it's not relevant to this topic today. The topic is philosophy and who are your favorite philosophers. So you guys started talking some gay stuff. That's why I had to time you out. It became very trolling. Besides the fact that I'm not Don Cheadle, don't look like Don Cheadle remotely. So if you can't stick with the topic, then maybe just wait for another live stream where we can talk about random things. But this is not the day. All right. Don Cheadle is not a philosopher. I'm being I don't want to say that. I don't want to sound too New Yorkish right now. I was about to say I'm dead ass. Like I'm talking about philosophers, like not talking jokes here. Like I'm asking people genuinely what sort of thinkers they consider philosophers and whom they think are their favorite ones. Anyway, so just to summarize from what I said earlier, guys, 'cause I'm about to end this soon because it's not being very productive at this point because we just got people trolling. Um, so like I said, I think some of the greatest philosophers, at least coming from an analytic tradition in the history of Western philosophy, has been Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Rene Descartes, David Hume, Immanuel Kant, Gottlob Frege, Bertrand Russell, Ludwig Wittgenstein, Karl Popper, G.E. Moore, um, P.F. Strawson. That's whom I kept forgetting earlier. P.F. Strawson, Willard Van Orman Quine, Jerry Fodor, and Saul Kripke. And I'll give an honorable mention to Daniel Dennett, who just passed away last month, because he's been really important in kind of popularizing philosophy in this day, particularly with like analytic philosophy, putting it in a putting it in a place where other people could think about the ideas that we talk about in analytic philosophy, but most people might find it too heady or too academic. And I think he was important in popularizing a lot of uh, important philosophy ideas up until his death. And also John Rawls, who actually was a pretty good political philosopher, who actually made political philosophy important again in the 2000 in the I guess early 2000s, late 90s, by giving us a theory of justice, which is studied today for people who go to law school. So it's important outside of just academic philosophy. Like people in law school study some of the stuff that John Rawls does with his really important book on the theory of justice. I've read his smaller version of that book called Justice as Fairness, but I will give him a second on. I'll give him also an honorable mention as well. Uh, Sarah says, "Do you know any Egyptian philosophy people?" Not really, because again, like a lot of the stuff that might be considered ancient philosophy coming from other places were more along the lines of religion, and the difference between where philosophy started and religion left off was that the early philosophers, the earliest were the pre-Socratic philosophers, these people from this region of ancient Greece known as the Ionian philosophers, who were the first to like look at a naturalistic explanation of reality as opposed to looking at supernatural ways of looking at reality. They wanted to look at just naturalistic mechanisms for how we can explain the way things are. That was the very start of philosophy proper, whereas a lot of the early Greek mystery cults and a lot of the Egyptian mystery cults and some of the thinking that came out of the Near East were all like still too heavily dependent on religion for their explanations. So those weren't actual philosophy. So I can't think of anyone from the Egyptian or Near East that I would consider like actual philosophers out of ancient history. Like they were most of that stuff was like religious in its context. GJC says favorite quote from a philosopher. Okay, I have a few. There's Wittgenstein's one. This is whereof we can't speak of, therefore we must be silent. That's interpreted a lot of different ways, but basically he was saying it can be interpreted two different ways. In one way, he was saying where we can't like where we can't really like think about something critically, like there's nothing there to think about. um, in another sense, it could be kind of defined as sort of mysticism on Wittgenstein's part, saying that there's some things that just can't be thought about. That I mean, there's some things that we can't speak about, but are there, but it's not something that we can think about because it Wittgenstein was could be sometimes religious, so that's one of his quotes that but I like it. It's a well known quote of Wittgenstein, where of where of what we can't think of is aware of what we can't speak of. Um, Therefore we must be silent. So that's one of my great ones. Um, that's Noam Chomsky's colorless green ideas sleep furiously. It doesn't mean anything. It's an example of a completely syntactically grammatical sentence that is just pure like linguistic nonsense. But it shows the point that it's a grammatical sentence, even though it doesn't have any semantic content. Um, that's another good one. Um, there's um, obviously what was it, Socrates or Plato? I think it was Socrates that said, what are the quotes? I have so many, guys. Actually, since you said, I'm gonna try to go through all of them because I have a few. I think we can end it on that, and then I'll just go through the last bit of comments. But I'll read off like a lot of my uh, favorite philosophy quotes. Actually, since you brought it up, thank you for asking me that. You see, I'm like into that, right? um, let me go to my quotes because I don't have them all perfectly memorized, unfortunately, and I would do a disservice by just trying to think of them off the top of my head and kind of butcher them. See if I can find them really quick for you guys, if you don't mind. I know you guys like, man, hurry up. um, because I had them all on my Facebook. They might not even be still there because that was like a long time ago when Facebook used to have you put in all your like favorite quotes. And I remember Mark Zuckerberg's one was the line from Top Gun where it says, "I'm all out of ammo, switching the guns." I mean, what is it? All out of missiles, switching the guns, or something like that. I think that was like Mark Zuckerberg's one of his favorite quotes on his page, on his personal Facebook page. And I was like, that's kind of hawkish. But I mean, he was a young guy, so at the time, anyway. Dang, I can't find them. They might have removed that section off of Facebook where it had like your list of all your favorite quotes. Uh, but yeah, I had a bunch of them. And like I said, one was by Socrates where it says, the life of the 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 life of those. God, I can't remember. Dang. But anyway, yeah, I had a bunch of quotes, guys. Sorry, I can't remember them. More than likely, once I get off the live stream, I'm gonna go to my Facebook and I'm gonna find them. Like, oh, here's all my favorite quotes. They're right here. But they've changed stuff around so much that a lot of the stuff that used to be prominent in your about section, they've removed over time. But like one of the things they used to have on there was like favorite quotes. Now, like I say, wherever you add how you pronounce your name and what are your pronouns and shit like that. Stupid stuff. You think it would be under language now? Yeah, I guess they removed that section, guys. But I did wanted to delve into like all my favorite quotes. But yeah, I have a few of them. I like the quote about Nereth's boat that Quine mentioned. But yeah, I can't find them anymore. Sorry, but yeah, at least that's one of them where one cannot speak, therefore one must be silent. That's one of my favorite ones from Wittgenstein. Bonnie says, "Thank you for the conversation." You're welcome. Let me get some water, guys. Sorry. Sarah says they are gone. Yeah, I only timed him out for 5 minutes, but I told the guy who calls himself Don Cheadle that if he's not going to talk about the topic, then there's no point in him being here because he's just taken away from the conversation. And like I said, he claimed he was just talking about something that deals with gambling, but he and the other guy clearly were talking some gay shit, and I was like, no, Avicenna and Democritus doesn't get enough love, very very much so. Avicenna, I think, is one of those scholars I was mentioning earlier, Moonlit, that kind of kept the knowledge, Western knowledge alive during the fall of the Middle Ages. Democritus, yes, he gave us our concept of the atom, right? That's He's one of those pre-Socratic philosophers mentioned, and of course the guy who we have to thank for our the thing we do in algebra. What's the guy the what's the a squared plus b squared equals c squared guy? Partha. I can't remember his name, but yeah, he's an important pre-Socratic philosopher. Part. Dang, what is that? There's something theorem that I forgot the name of that guy. One for instance, Bertrand Russell. Who is Bertrand Russell? Bertrand Russell was a English nobleman who became important in logic, mathematics, history, and philosophy. He followed in a program called Logicism that saw that basically all of mathematics, particularly arithmetic, could be reducible to just um, pro, you know propositional logic, or well, actually, like not just propositional logic, but to um, predicate predicate logic or first order logic, and he he took on that program from Gottlob Frege, who was actually the founder of symbolic logic. Both of them failed. um, it was funny. It was Bertrand Russell who showed why Gottlob Frege's version of logicism failed, but it came to like a really important mathematician, Kurt Gödel, who also dabbled in physics, who showed why any program in logicism was doomed to fail because of a basic incompleteness of um, mathematics. He also did a soundness theorem. He showed why first order logic is both sound and complete, but that math, while being sound, is incomplete because basically there will always be a it will always fail to show that there's a set of sets of which of itself it is a part. To try to put it in the most layman terms I can think of, Gödel's incompleteness theorem basically showed that you cannot reduce all of math to logic because math will always have a a set of which of it is a set of which itself it is part that can't be it can't itself show through a logical proof that it is a part of. That's the best way I can explain it. Sorry. I haven't worked on the Gödel incompleteness theorem for like 20 years. Um, and it was a part one and part two of that as well. So Kurt Gödel was a genius. Like a lot of these Jewish guys who came to England and to America fleeing the Holocaust. Um, uh, but yeah, where was that? But yeah, Bertrand Russell was in that strain of logicism. He also worked on a lot of issues dealing with epistemology and a bunch of problems in philosophical logic. He even was named after, called the uh, the Russell paradox. And there's, I mean, some certain things he talked about, like um, the paradox of how do you explain a Cretan says that all Cretans are liars. So if that's true, if it's true that all Cretans are liars, then therefore the Cretan who said it is also lying. So it's false. But if it's false, then that means not all Cretans are liars. So it's true. So that's one of those Russell paradoxes. So Glue says, "Yo, what up? How you doing? What's up, Glue? I'm doing well." Sarah says, "Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. No problem." Moonlit Fern says, "Gandhi is decent, but I don't view him like a philosopher." Oh no, not at all. I mean, his background was as a lawyer, and most of his views comes from him being Hindu, from his Hindu beliefs. But he, yeah, I wouldn't consider him a philosopher at all. I would say he was a great political leader. That's about it. He wasn't a particularly good person either, but that's a different subject. J.A.C says, "Have you read The Philosophy of Composition by Edgar Allan Poe?" That doesn't. Being that's from Edgar Allan Poe, I don't even think that's probably philosophy. That sounds like that was more something dealing with literature. But he is from my hometown, so maybe I'll give it a look one day. Moonlit Fern says, "Any ancient Sumerian philosophy? If so, it's most likely lost or mistranslated, being a dead language and all that." No, not really. Like I said, all the stuff that came out of Egypt and the Near East at the time were like religion. They weren't philosophy because they still thought of things in terms of the supernatural and in terms of the deities intervening in in the workings of man to make things happen, either in our lives or in the external world. That's not philosophy. Philosophy started in ancient Greece when the pre-Socratic philosophers, the first of the pre-Socratic philosophers, the Ionian philosophers, looked at naturalistic explanations of nature instead of appealing to the supernatural and appealing to deities. All that stuff is not philosophy. That stuff is religion and mythology. And the difference between religion and mythology is basically whose end you on whose end of it is. So that the stuff from Sumerian, like the earliest writings we have from Sumeria were actually, well, no. So the earliest writings we have from Sumerian, because Sumerians invented writing, right? Um, and the purposes of the Sumerians inventing writing was for the purposes of bookkeeping. So that was the earliest writings in in humanity ever, was from the Sumerian city states. And again, those stone tablets we saw, the earliest form of writing were um excuse me, were for bookkeeping, count purposes. But the first written book also came from Sumeria, or well, Babylon specifically, um, which was the Epic of Gilgamesh. A lot of the stories out of the Old Testament actually come from the Epic of Gilgamesh, like the Noah's flood. That actually was from an earlier story in Gilgamesh, but there wasn't any there wasn't any philosophy being done at that time. It was just religion, I should say. Moonlit Fern says, "A lot of Thai Buddhism is pretty amazing. The stories and thoughts they practice. My Mrs. parents take me to temples and show me the differences from just 700 years ago to now, but it's really cool though." Yeah, I've been to several of those temples too. Really cool. I should post some pictures one day on here, but yeah, it was fun. The temples are beautiful. A lot of the and a lot, because Thailand is so geographically close to India, like they get a lot of the stuff. from the ancient schools of Buddhism directly from India. Like there's a lot of crossover with with the stuff that came out of India into like Thailand and Cambodia and Laos. Bonnie Bell says Isaac Newton. You could call him a philosopher. The only reason I didn't include him and some other folks was just because I think they're better known as scientists than philosophers. But he would definitely be considered a philosopher because, like I said, up until the early 1900s, um, most philosophy and philosophy and science were not clearly delineated. Like most people who did science were just called what they were called doing was natural philosophy. So and Isaac Newton's book, actually, I think that was supposed to be on my Amazon wish list. If not, I need to put it back on there. Um, the Mathematica, yeah, Isaac Newton's book is called Mathematica and Principia. That it even talks about his research as natural philosophy. So yeah, you can definitely consider him a philosopher. Don't Like I said, the only reason I didn't put him in with the greatest of the Western philosophers is just because I would put him in with uh, the greatest of Western scientists. Um, but a lot of those people in the modern era were both philosophers, scientists, and mathematicians. Like I said, Rene Descartes was also a prominent scientist as well, but he's better known as a philosopher. So I keep him in that camp because he's actually, the founder of modern philosophy. But he did a lot of work in science. He did work in physics and research on optics. He did work in biology. He did work in mathematics. He created the system of Cartesian geometry or analytic geometry, which is the precursor to calculus, which both Isaac Newton and Leibniz co-created. It seemed they created around both the same time, but when you look at it, their two versions of calculus are slightly different, but they both independent, like they didn't work with each other at all. Both Leibniz and Newton independently created calculus, and analytic geometry created by Rene Descartes was the precursor to that. Like I said, even Einstein wore a philosophy cap sometimes when he had this huge debate within the scientific journals back in the 50s on the nature and interpretation of quantum theory. Like he and Bohr were being published in scientific journals when they were just having a philosophical debate. It wasn't even about the research. They were just having a philosophical debate on the interpretation of quantum theory, which I read in my philosophy of physics course, which was really, really interesting. Sarah says, heading to bed. I'll definitely tune in next time. Thank you. Thanks for chiming in, Sarah. I appreciate it. Moonlit says, like and subscribe, everyone. Please do, guys. It really helps me with the algorithm. Like everything you do on YouTube is algorithmic based. So like the video, subscribe, hit notifications, share the video if you can. It helps a lot. Moonlit Fern says, I'll start with Russell Paradox and go from there. I really appreciate it. Thank you for putting me on the game. No problem. It's interesting stuff. Like, and the good thing about analytic philosophy is that unlike continental philosophy, they don't pride themselves in being on the writing being like obscure. Like a lot of continental thinkers pride themselves on their writings being obscure just for the sake of being obscure, because to them that's in continental philosophy, their way of gatekeeping is making the writings obscure so that only the few people can get it. That is completely antithetical to analytic philosophy. In analytic philosophy, we pride ourselves on the writings being clear, concise, and cogent. So we want it to be clear so that people can grasp it without having to like try to interpret what's being said. And it's supposed to be concise because if you can say something if you can say something better in 10 words instead of 100 words, it's just better. It's and then cogent meaning it should be rational or reasonable. So um, it's easier to delve into analytic philosophy than it is continental philosophy. Although continental philosophy might be more enjoyable for people who want to look at it more from a literature perspective. So people might want to read Nietzsche or Heidegger or um, um, Sartre or you know all these other people that I can name in the continental camp because they might be more interesting. But once you delve into what they're actually saying, it's not that deep. That's to put it bluntly. Mama said I got all day to dive deep into new stuff. It's only 10:30 here. Okay, those stone tablets were the original Wikipedia, but it's so interesting. Yeah, and I mean, I don't think Sumerian is a complete dead language because we were able to, through the Rosetta Stone and some other things, find out what they were saying in some of those ancient writings. Like, because you went from the Sumerian languages to how it developed into like the Mesopotamian and the other, other places in Mesopotamia at the time, and which further developed into the Akkadian languages and all that sort of stuff. So, Melissa Fern says Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson are really interesting people, but I think politics keep them held back. So I haven't heard Kaku talk politics, but I do hear Neil deGrasse Tyson does, and I think he does himself a disservice doing that sometimes because he's supposed to be a science popularizer, so he should not try to delve into politics so more. He, a lot, in a lot of ways, we see him as like the guy who was handed the baton from Carl Sagan back in the 80s, and I don't think Carl Sagan got too political either. I mean, he had his criticisms for certain things, like he believed in keeping SETI alive, the search for extraterrestrial terrestrial intelligence, which a lot of people think is a waste of money. Um, and some people criticized him for not really being a physicist that actually did any research. Sometimes they say the same thing of Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he also has issues when he likes to degrade philosophy, but then he tries to talk like a fortune cookie philosopher whenever he's on some live, whenever he's doing some live broadcast. But Kaku, my criticism of him is I don't think a lot of academic physicists take him seriously because he has very speculative thoughts on not just string theory, which a lot of people do accept within the physics community, although it's starting to die down because a lot of people are starting to say that string theory is a failed theory and it's been a failed theory for the last 50 years. But he has a lot of speculative thoughts on quantum theory and a lot of speculative thoughts on aliens and stuff like that that for people who've never taken like actual physics they might think it sounds profound, but what the late Daniel Dennett, who just died last month, might call it a deepity or deepities. Deepities are pseudo wisdom. He didn't make up the term, but he heard it from one of his friend's daughter. But he came to use it and defined a deepity as something that is either patent. This either is something that's either like a banal truth or something that's false. But if it was true, it would sound it would seem profound. So those are deepities, or in other words, pseudo wisdom. And I think a lot of stuff that Michio Kaku talk about is definitely a deepity or pseudo wisdom. Like he just speculates on a lot of stuff, and it sounds profound to people who don't have any background in science, and particularly in physics. But people who do don't take him that seriously within the community. Jimmy White says, I remember asking my African acquaintances from Niamey, Niger, if they believed in the solar system. They told me no, they only believed in the sun and moon. I was shocked. So yeah, that comes first of all, Jimmy, what's up? Yeah, that comes from old Aristotelian thought. The I did a whole coursework on that, which is called The Overthrow of Aristotelianism. Galileo is considered the founder of modern science. He, and along with Galileo Galilei and Rene Descartes, overthrew Aristotelianism, which within that was one of the thoughts in Aristotelianism was that the sun revolved around the earth. Like the earth was at the center of the universe, and everything else revolved around it except for the fixed stars, and that um, and that's how we got the idea of planets in retrograde because they also revolved around the earth, but they they did it in irregular movements. So instead of it being just a perfect sphere, it was like jagged, and that explained the retrograde motions of the planets, which planet came from an ancient Greek term which just meant a wandering star. So the planets were different from the fixed stars, being that they weren't fixed in the sky like everyone else. They moved around and they had a zigzag motion in their orbit around the Earth, which was at the center of everything. It's weird that some people would still think that in the 21st century. I mean, it was defeated back in the Middle Ages by Copernicus himself, who was also a Catholic monk, but it wasn't taken seriously until, like I said, Descartes and Galileo and Newton and a bunch of other people showed why the Copernican system was more accurate. So, but that's weird to think that some people still think that. But then we still have people. The whole idea of flat Earth has come back into popularity as well. So you get people with kooky thoughts, and it usually deals with people who have a lack of education, particularly science education. J.A.C says Jordan Peterson fancies himself a philosopher. Yeah, and I follow him on some things. Like you know, uh, he has some good thoughts on some things, but he does tend to delve into a lot of pseudo wisdom himself. I'm not going to lie. Even though I do like him, he does too often delve into pseudo wisdom or deepities. Tyler Chromis is what you're talking about, Willis. You are definitely old school if you use that term. If you use the term what you're talking about, Willis, it's probably close to your bedtime. Jimmy White, it makes sense to me considering they probably didn't have telescopes and such. I can't even give him that, Tyler, because like I said, it's the 21st century. Even in 21st century Africa, unless he's talking about like unless he's talking about he visited like a pre-modern a pre-modern society, because there are still pre-modern societies in Africa and in parts of Asia and the Pacific Islands. There still are some pre-modern societies, right? Unless you're talking about a pre-modern society, there's no excuse to still believe in that Aristotelian thought that that all the um that all the planets and the sun revolve around the Earth. Like I said, unless you come from a pre-modern society, and he didn't say that that's what they were. If he did, then my mistake. GJC says gotta sleep, but thanks for the chat. Keep up the good work. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you. Tyler says they didn't have the tech needed to measure the exact path. But that's the thing though, Tyler. We knew we knew so much. Excuse me for stuttering. We know so much about the Earth and the stars before we could even measure them with telescopes. We knew the rough circumference of the Earth back in ancient Greece because a Greek a Greek mathematician and philosopher, uh, Aristophanes, met, did measures just using pure geometry and his knowledge of certain things, measuring like the shadows coming from the sun around a well and all sort of stuff. Like he just used pure geometry to give us an accurate circumference of the Earth when there was no way to even physically measure that at the time. Nor did like we knew so much, the constellations, stuff like that. Like the ancients knew a lot about the skies without ever even venturing into space nor having the tools to look at them. Like Galileo didn't invent the telescope, but he was like one of the first ones who developed telescope beyond just using it as a spy looking glass for sailors and stuff like that to find the Jupiter moons that are named after him now, the Galilean moons that he discovered, because he kind of further developed the telescope to be able to look that far out. But even before then, like, we knew about the Jovian moons and so many other things without the tech. Modern science, I mean, and philosophy, we stand on the backs of giants. Um, there's even a book written on that. But yeah, I can't excuse some Africans for not knowing basic basic facts about the world, unless they come from a pre-modern society. Moment, for instance, highly recommend watching the Joe Rogan with Terrence Howard. Yes, I know it's silly. I was tempted to watch it, but it looked like it's like an hour or so long. I might watch the clips, but I don't know if I'm gonna watch the whole thing. But I remember when it came out, people were making a lot of jokes about it, and they were saying, "Oh, Terrence Howard is a scientist and a philosopher," because they were making fun of some of the crazy stuff he was saying, like 1 times 1 equals 2 and stuff like that. That's the only thing I remember picking up was something about him saying 1 times 1 equals 2, and I saw all these jokes on Facebook and other places talking about how the crazy stuff he was saying on the Joe Rogan show. I probably will watch it out. I'll put it on my watch list because so much came out of it. It had to been, I'm guessing it had to been funny, and I think he was still talking trash about Robert Downey Jr. about missing out on his role in the MCU. I think there's still a few people here, Tyler. Trey says you got nothing better to do than just sit here and talk. Um, I can ban you. How about that? Dumb fuck. You have nothing better to do. You have nothing better to do than to troll someone who has nothing better to do than talk. Reminds me of what Obi-Wan Kenobi said. He said, "Who's the bigger fool? The one." He said, "The one." He said, "The one who's doing the thing, or the one who's being led by him." Like, so. Anyway, only, for instance, is very ignorant and cocky to even think we are the only life and our planet is the center of this unimaginably infinite universe. Well, it came from a religious perspective. The reason why the Aristotelian thought on the the geocentric universe or the geocentric universe became so prominent, despite it being a bad idea, was that Aristotelian ideas were fully embraced by the church at the time. So whatever whatever the church adopted was the official dogma. That was the truth. Was what the church adopted. So if you went against whatever the church said, even if it didn't make scientific sense, you were considered a heretic. That's what happened to Galileo. When Galileo gave evidence that the Copernican system was the correct one, the heliocentric universe, that everything in the, well, they thought it was the universe, but we now recognize they're just talking about the solar system. But everything in the solar system actually revolves around the sun. Well, Copernicus himself didn't get in trouble for it because, one, he was a monk, and two, he never he never said that his heliocentric universe was real. He just thought this would be a clever, this would be an alternative mathematical way of being able to track the movement of the planets. But he never himself said that he thought that the heliocentric universe was the actual, was 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 factual. He just saw it as an instrument of maybe measuring the the apparent retrograde motions of the planets. So Copernicus himself never got into trouble, but Galileo did because of that and because of other things he said that went against the official dogma of the church, which again was mostly Aristotelian thought. But they did Aristotle no service, still basically claiming that the thoughts he had made up 1,000 years ago without any experimentation was more accurate than the stuff that people were doing with active experimentation and logical argumentation. Um, and Galileo was deemed a heretic and could not finish doing his work, and was I think stuck within his home by the church, and which was ironic because he and the Pope were friends at the time, but he embarrassed his friend, so his friend in the end labeled him a heretic and stopped him from doing his work and made him recant what he said about the heliocentric universe, that the planets revolve around the sun. But again, as I've mentioned this at least 2 or 3 times in previous live streams, even though he was forced to recant his beliefs on his deathbed, he reversed that recant and said, and yet it moves. Epper se muove. So that that whole the type of chauvinism that comes from thinking that we're the only that we're the center of the universe comes from the church. So from the Catholic Church. But as far as life, we don't have anything to measure to say that there should be life on other planets, unless people are believing the panspermia theory of how life was brought to Earth. Like, again, the panspermia theory would be pure like speculation though, because we just don't know. And if there is life in on other planets, I think the assumption, I'm not saying you're making that assumption only firm, but the assumption when people say that there's life on other planets, they assume that it is intelligent life. There's no reason to believe so. Like, as far as we know, the universe could be teeming with life, but there's no evidence whatsoever to suggest that any of their life is intelligent. Most of their life might be single cell organisms, which I've also mentioned previously in the live stream. Life here on Earth for almost the entire history of life on Earth has been single cellular up until the last 500 million years. But starting all the way from 3.8 billion years ago up until the last 500 million years, there was nothing but single cell life. It was within that last 500 million years that we got multicellular organisms that, through a set of historical accidents, which eventually led to there being humans, there's no reason to think that on many other planets there will also be those same chain of historical accidents that will lead to multicellular life on those other planets, if there is life on those other planets at all. But if there is, there's no reason to believe that that they will lead to intelligent life. That's sort of a misunderstanding of evolution. Most people who haven't taken evolutionary biology think that the inevitable outcome of evolution would be species like us that are intelligent and sentient. It's not. Every current living thing on the planet are are at the are at the best of what they do through the process of evolution. They are animals to do things that we can do, like the Tunisian desert ant, which can find its way anywhere within the desert because um, they can do innate vector algebra where they can have they can, which is also a reason why behaviorism doesn't work. But anyway, they can plot the azimuth from their a mental representation they have of the sun to the starting point they started from, out to wherever they went, and use that to get back home. So they can do vector algebra. Similar to honeybees, they can also navigate and find their way back home, and then also do an elaborate waggle dance to tell all the other bees in their hive where they found food through their amazing navigational abilities. um, They're whales that can navigate the oceans because they actually can detect the Earth's um, the Earth's geomagnetic fields, so they can accurately navigate throughout the seas and find their way wherever they need to go because they can actually detect the Earth's Earth the the Earth's geomagnetic field. So every current species is at the best at what it does through evolution. Intelligence is just one mechanism by which to be more selectively fit in your environment. So whereas we learned the adaptation of um, computational thought and language, other you know species learned other things to make them more selectively fit within their environment. So there's no inevitable outcome of evolution on that intelligence will be the end product, neither here on this earth or any other planet. So if there is life teeming within the universe, there's no reason to believe that any of it is intelligent until we actually have further evidence of it. So enough of that. Tyler Chroma says shit. I never even thought about the moons in their names. Yeah, there's like several satellites that Jupiter has, and like I said, Galileo discovered I think four of them. They all referred to as the Galilean moons that he discovered. Moonlit Francis standing on the backs of giants. Who Moonlit Francis, Tyler Chrome. You should see all Jupiter's moons. It's amazing. Yeah, I mean you can go to like the NASA You can go to like the NASA website or space.com or a bunch of other websites. Or if you have a really powerful telescope, some days you can view those. Mona says, "Oh, I agree. I'm not talking about intelligent life. I mean microbial life, like on one of Jupiter's moons that has an ocean, iron core, in the atmosphere." Kaku talks about it. Like I said, I don't take Kaku seriously, but yeah, I think we might. It's possible we can find life or previous life on Mars once they do enough digging. Also, well, it's possible Venus could have once had life. Venus was very much like Earth at one point, up until like they had a out of control like climate change event that made it completely toxic to life. But there are these things called extremophiles. So it's always possible that within some layer of the atmosphere of Venus there might be some extremophiles that exist. Um, like we find extremophiles here on Earth, like living within active volcanoes. That we find some other extremophiles living within like the Arctic. So there we might find some alien life on other planets that might be extremophiles. That's possible. Then also on Saturn's one of Saturn's moons, uh, we believe can possibly harbor life. It has um, it has oceans, but they're not made of water. They're made of I, I can't remember what it is, but it's possible that one of the satellites of Saturn. I can't remember if it was. I can't remember which one it was, but it's possible that might have life. And then that's not to talk about all the thousands of exoplanets they've found within the last 20 years. They found plenty of exoplanets. Some of them might be Earth size, but most of them are like more Jupiter size ones because they're easy to. The Obviously the bigger planets are easier to detect, but maybe there might be some exoplanets teeming with life, but I can't say it would be sentient. Which is why, like I said, I'm kind of skeptical about the whole SETI thing. Luckily, SETI isn't paid with taxpayer money because I would think it would be a huge waste of taxpayer money to keep SETI going to look for intelligent life. Because the other problem is, even if there is intelligent life out there, because of the immense space, more space equals more time. So about time a signal is received to them, our civilization may have already ended, and vice versa. Like by the time we receive a signal from ancient some other alien civilization, that civilization may have already ended. So that's the other problem. Only for instance, yeah, bees and ants especially are far more efficient species than us humans. Yeah. Tyler says, I feel like if there's intelligent life out there, they won't come here, or we left Earth once and never return. Just high thoughts though. I don't know. I mean, got you have people claiming we have aliens visiting here, but in the times of smartphones, we would have found one by now. um, but and then also you're right that intelligent life wouldn't probably come here because if they're significantly advanced enough that they can explore planets outside of their own stellar system, more than likely uh, they would probably send mechanical explorers to do their work for them. They wouldn't do it themselves and risk them dying, to the dangers of a foreign planet. Like that's what happened in the whole War of the Worlds novel that became a movie, was that they ended up dying because they were exposed to our earthly microbial life. They they had no natural resistance to our microbial life, and that's how the War of the Worlds ended. All the aliens were killed by our bacteria, and they kind of did the same thing with that movie, the Signs, with Mel Gibson, back when M Night Shyamalan was actually taken seriously in Hollywood. But in that movie Signs, like they ended up being like they ended up reacting to our water like water was completely toxic to them. Like it was to- water for them was like sulfuric acid to us. So it was, and a lot of people criticized the movie. Like, why would an alien species come to a planet where like over 70% of the world is toxic to them? But that's why I would think you're right, Tyler. That more than likely a species is advanced enough to actually do interstellar exploration wouldn't themselves come to planets until they knew it was actually safe. Because one, like I said, they wouldn't be able to deal with our local flora and fauna, which could be deadly to them. And two, they don't know if the people, the civilizations they encountered would would try to kill them. And three, it would it would just probably take too long on their lifespans to actually explore interstellar space. So only for instance, I agree, Tyler. If anything, if more intelligent life than us, they would look at us more likely the way we look at fish. Only for instance, well, they have a classification of different levels of civilization, and we haven't reached that level of civilization where we should expect to be able to do interstellar exploration. But there's different stages of technological civilization they that has been speculated upon that would, like, we're not at the stage where we could like harness like the power of our sun and other things like that and use that for like interstellar exploration. But civilizations that would be that far advanced would probably be towards the end of their societies anyway, and would have to go beyond their stellar system to survive. And more than likely, like I said, they would be smart enough not to deal with all the potential hazards of dealing with an alien civilization and a planet where it may not be safe for them. Only for instance, yeah, deep ocean vents here, extremophile life, prawns, crabs, multiple planets too. It's cool, yeah. Tyler says, "Oh shit, I've seen way too many movies about that." Yeah, we're not too trusting, and for good reason. Any the sheer astronomical distance from us to our nearest galaxy, the Andromeda galaxy, is billions of light years away. That any civilization that would take on that task would probably be in very dire straits for doing so, and probably wouldn't have the friendliest of intentions. And even more to the fact, and I don't want to go above my pay grade here, but even the Pentagon has like actual like uh, a bunch of uh, written directions for how to deal with possible alien encounters. that that might happen if that happened. Like they have to take that stuff seriously. So the Pentagon actually has like some stuff they've deliberated on how to deal with possible hostile um, aliens, and a lot of it would involve um, like asymmetric warfare and stuff like that, because more than likely they would be too advanced for us to use our technology against them. So we would have to fight like the Ewoks. BCF says, hi, what's up, BCF? Tyler Chroma says, yeah, stones first, then metals, etc. Willard Fern says, just a contrarian who said, I don't know about World War III, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. I don't know. But yeah, so even though it's highly speculative, like our freaking Defense Department takes that seriously. Like they actually have like theorized and written up a like war scenarios of how to deal with hostile alien civilizations. Because like I said, more than likely any people who would brave the interstellar space just to meet other people is probably going to be because they're in dire straits and need our resources. It's probably not going to just be on some peaceful Star Trek stuff like the way the first encounter was with aliens in Star Wars, which was with the Vulcans, and that was because when they saw that the Vulcans knew of humans, but they thought we were still a primitive species. When that one scientist finally was able to do a excuse me, do a light speed mission, they detected that the humans had reached light speed technology, and that's when it's like, okay, they're advanced enough, and that's when they first visited Earth and became our first alien encounter on Star Trek. But again, Star Trek was an ideal situation where for us it would be more like Aliens or Predator. In real life, that would be more likely the case, not Star Trek, unfortunately, which most of us wish it would be more like Star Trek, right? Tyler said that was Nikola Tesla, I believe. But yeah, guys, I'm about to end this. It's past midnight here. I'm on the East Coast. I'm gonna grab something to eat. Haven't eaten in a while before I go to bed. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation. For the folks who jumped in, this was originally just about who are your favorite philosophers, and I named mine. Mine, like I said, was Plato, who's responsible for everything in Western philosophy today. Ludwig Wittgenstein, who's sometimes considered the greatest philosopher. Quine, who's also sometimes considered the greatest philosopher. Willard Van Orman Quine. Jerry Fodor, who's considered one of the co-founders of cognitive science, and Saul Kripke. So those are my favorite philosophers. Stay cheeky, Wheezy. It was fun. Good though. Info. Oh no, thank you. It was fun as well. I like talking about nerdy stuff, even though some people will just hear me talk about like martial arts and fitness and self-defense and stuff like that. But I have a nerdy side. Moonlit Fern says, cheers, man. I can't wait to go deep into that today. Appreciate you and thank you for the stream. I appreciate you guys checking in. So I'm gonna go. And yeah, guys, you can look up some stuff. Some people actually gave me some stuff to look up as well. So, and if you want to check out the stream in its entirety, I'm gonna have it. As soon as I get off, I'm gonna upload it, and you should be able to see the thing from the beginning. All right. But thanks again, guys. Talk to you later.